It's time. It's time for a showdown with white and red in a scorching summer series where only the fearless dare to tread.
No! Tony DeSorzi, stop that! You cannot do that!
The powerful Proteas lining up in all their might, challenging Pakistan in a three-division fight.
I can do this! Bang! That is out of this world!
Catch the Proteas versus Pakistan across all three formats with 3 T20s, 3 ODIs and a 2-match test series this holiday season.
Yeah, the celebration to follow.
Wow!
Head to cricket.co.za for all the ticket info. Woza nawe. It's time.
As well, the ever dependable Reza Hendricks, and just those names there on that screen going to be doing duty for South Africa in that T20 series against Pakistan. Just the first part of a 3-format tour, T20s and then 3 50-over one-day internationals on the 17th of December in Paarl, 19th of December in Cape Town, and then 22nd of December at the Wanderers, and then 2 test matches, 26th of December Boxing Day test at Centurion, and here at World Sports Betting Newlands, the New Year's test from the 3rd to the 7th of January in Cape Town. And you are here with us at World Sports Betting Newlands as we see the umpires Philip Vosloo and Abdullah Steenkamp have made their way out to the middle, and they're going to be joined shortly by the team from the Knights. And the news from the toss is that Western Province, World Sports Betting Western Province, have won the toss and elected to bat first on what is a beautifully bright day here after we lost the whole day yesterday to rain and the first session today because of the wet outfield. And they are now going to be going out there to elongated sessions we're going to be having. I'm James King, the Cape Fox, and with me Tim Dell-Lace. Welcome, Tim.
Thanks, James. It's great to be here and for our listeners. It's a very frustrating day one yesterday, not poor bowled. So it's great to see the sun shining, and hopefully we'll be getting a full day's, a good day's cricket in.
Yeah, the intention is that in this shortened day to bowl 74 overs. That has been the news from match referee Shahid Wadvala, and it is going to be from the Kelvin Grove end. We're going to be seeing Matthew Pollard. I think it's going to be opening the bowling from the Kelvin Grove end for the men from the Knights. I've got that wrong, have I? Tian van Vuuren, I apologise. It's Tian van Vuuren who's going to be opening the bowling. Matthew Pollard not playing in this game. So it is going to be Tian van Vuuren opening the bowling for the Knights from the Kelvin Grove end here of World Sports Betting Newlands. And just a couple of changes to both teams from the last matches that they played. Say no Matthew Pollard in the lineup there for the Knights. They do have Lesego Senekwani opening for them in the batting. He is also going to be going straight from here to go and play for the South African Invitational 11 against the England Lions. That match taking place from the 10th to the 13th of December here at the Western Province Cricket Club in Cape Town. And it's going to be Tian van Vuuren first up to Jonathan Bird, and Jonathan Bird's numbers there. It's into his 13th first-class match. So 12 matches, 21 innings, 770 runs with the best of 152 not out, that is, and he's off the mark with that ball into the leg side. And already underway, Dion Forrester it is who does the fielding from his position at so it's between a mid-wicket and more mid-wicket than square leg. It's between mid-wicket and square leg, and it will bring Eddie Moore on strike. And so Tiaan van Vuuren's numbers: 18 matches, 341 overs, 34.8 average. He's got 34 wickets in first-class cricket with the best of 4 for 46 for the Warriors versus for the Knights versus the Warriors. And he's going to be continuing the attack from the Kelvin Grove end to Edward Moore. Eddie Moore in good form this season with the bat. Tim, he did well in the T20 competition, and he's really experienced opening batter into his 123rd first-class match, 8,040 runs, and with a high score of 228.
Both batsmen are at decent form in this competition, just shy of 30 averages of 35. But you'd think that they'd want to kick on just a little bit more, because they are both extremely talented batters.
They are indeed, as certainly Jonathan Bird, youngster in the team, been around though it seems for a long time already, made his debut in the 2018-2019 season, but still regarded as one of the young guns in this team. That's nicely played down to a long leg position, and they go through for the single.
Somebody who's in the side, Daniel Smith, has sort of overtaken Jonathan Bird in terms of responsibility within this 11. Jonathan Bird has been around a little bit longer than Daniel, but has yet to really cement his place at the side. So you'd like to think he'd want to do that.
Yeah, definitely. He did at the beginning of the season have an injury concern, as that one goes straight through him, and that's a huge appeal, but there's no response from umpire Abdullah Steenkamp, and that must have hit something as it went through to Jean Klutter, but there is no response from the umpire. Went through in between bat and pad, and we'll have a look at the replay now. So Van Vuuren steaming towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. So great delivery, goes in between bat and pad. Jean Klutter seemed convinced that he got an edge to that one. May have just flicked the thigh pad as it went through. According to umpire Steenkamp, he was not given out in that occasion.
It didn't look like an edge to me. It looked like, as you say, like a top of the pad.
And that one he can leave well alone, and stays 2 without loss in the first over of this match. The match will be now clearly reduced time in this match, so very important for both of these teams, though, Tim, to get points on the board as they look to consolidate their places. Western Province sitting 7th out of 8 teams at the moment, but having played 3 games, won 1, drawn 1 and lost 1, and the Knights having played 4 games, won 1, lost 2 and drawn 1. So a very important encounter for both of these teams.
It's the nature of so few games of the competition, unfortunately. But a lot of pressure on both sides, as you say, for getting up the lock.
Yeah, and an interesting toss this morning, I would say this afternoon, in fact. We into the afternoon here already, and interesting this morning, just having a look at the pitch. It looks like a good pitch. I mean, it has got a little bit of grass on it. Probably will just help the ball to come onto the bat a little bit more. It was a little bit soft underneath, which you'd expect. It was under the covers all day yesterday, so it spent over 24 hours under covers, more like 36 hours under the covers. And so it does have, and probably will have something in it early on. And we saw a little bit of movement there from Tiaan van Vuuren first up, away from the left-handed batter. And it's going to be Sitembile Langa who's going to be taking up the attack from the Wynberg end.
I think it's fair to say that Province were not influenced on the weather, on just how much rain that we saw. they decided to bat regardless. And I think if they can weather the storm in the first hour, they may well be proven right. But that first hour is going to be crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an elongated session. It's going to be 2 hours and 45 minutes in this session up until the tea break. And there will be then after tea, once again, 2 hours and 45 minutes, approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes that they're going to be playing after the tea break until the close of play to try and get in these 74 overs. As it's Lange away from us now from the Weinberg end. And that is very wide. Umpire Philip Vosloo standing at the Weinberg end decides that that's not wide enough for him to be able to spread his arms. But just a bit of a loosener there from Lange.
And the difference in bounce between the two bowlers, Tian van Vuren was getting consistent bounce in his over. And to be fair, Lange is more of a skiddy on type of bowler. So it makes for an interesting pace opening attack.
Yeah, one well left there by Eddie Moore, just angling across the left-hander. And it's interesting there, Tim. He's taken someone who's taken his guard. He's taken an off stump and a middle and off stump guard, Eddie Moore. So he's certainly. It's interesting with the right arm over the wicket bowler coming into him and trying to angle it across him.
Like a lot of left-handers, Eddie's weakness is playing in that fourth stump channel. That's why he's done that, because he wants to get behind the delivery.
Yeah, as we see there, just moving across, knowing where his stumps are, just being able to leave that one well alone outside the off stump. And it goes through to the wicketkeeper Kluter, who decides that he's going to come down and have a bit of a chat with the Brains Trust there. You've got Captain Dane Pete there. Looks like Malusi Siboto there, the season campaigner. He is indeed. And we're having a bit of a chat there. And Kluter just relaying something through to his bowler.
You do wonder how long it will be before Lange decides to go round the wicket to the left-hander. I don't think it'll be too long.
It's away from us again. And Moore once again leaves that one alone outside the line of the off stump. And I think you're right, Tim. I don't think it'll be too long. He's not made him play at any of these deliveries so far in the over. And that is something you do want a batter to be doing here at Newlands. Saw in the previous game here against the Warriors how effective Bayo Swanepoel was early on. Western Province were reduced to 33 for 5 before a brilliant partnership from Moore and Linder of 191 got them back onto an even keel.
Yeah, Newlands pitch does tend to flatten out as the game goes, and I think with the rain that we've seen, that may well be over. It'll happen even more as the days go by.
And he's getting a little bit of movement away as it's pitching there. He's getting a bit of movement, maybe just off the seam at the moment, but he's starting it very wide. He's not making Eddie Moore play. He hasn't had to play at any one of these 5 deliveries so far.
You wonder if he would be happy if he got an extra fielder on the leg side.
Maybe.
Just to go so he can bowl a bit straighter.
And that is much better from Lange, and Moore just plays it off the outside half of the bat into points and maiden over from Lange first up, and it's 2 without loss after 2 overs. We had a whole lot of rain yesterday, and this morning the field, and particularly there's a patch here when the bowler's running in from the Weinberg end that was particularly damp, just on the seam between the covers when it was taken off this morning, and had to spend some time repairing that and getting that one, that patch just ready for the bowlers so they wouldn't feel uncomfortable in their run through, run up, that they were going to actually perhaps slip or something like that. So it has taken a bit of time to get the ground ready. Drainage was very good though on the outfield.
The most entertaining part of the day so far was seeing the leaf blower on that particular spot.
Yes. Again, outside the line of the off stump from Van Vuren, and just moving away a little bit from the left-hander, but it had nothing to do with that one, both on length and on height. Jonathan Bird, tall man, and he does also bowl a little bit of spin as well from time to time. It's been used in the T20 competition by the men from World Sports Betting Western Province, but his main job is doing what he's doing at the moment.
I just see the Knight's 12th man in conversation with Langer on the far length boundary. I wonder if he's telling him it's time you go round the wicket.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking at that one. Their coach JP Tricot was good to chat with him just before the toss this afternoon, and just to wish him well for the game. It's a very good win that the Knights had in that first match. They played against Gold Rush Boland down the road at Boland Park in Paarl. Another one that can be left alone outside the off stump, and you just feel that the World Sports Betting Western Province batters will be very happy to do that for as long as the new ball is being almost, I won't say it's not being wasted, but just not making him play. Really want him to be playing at that delivery. Needs to be a little bit closer to him.
Indeed, he certainly does. He was much better with his line and direction in his first over. It's almost as if he's trying too hard. He's realised that there's actually not an awful lot of the pitch.
Once again, just that one going straight on with the arm outside the line of off stump directly through to Gian Kluter. So there's 3 slips. We've got Aaron Pangiso at first slip, Patrick Buerta at second. Third slip is Lesefo Senekwani. And then we have in the gully, who's in the gully there? It's Jacques Sneeman in the gully. And we've got Dane Pitt at extra cover. Oh, that is not what you want to be doing. Jonathan Bird just having a full go at that one outside the off stump. He could only have got himself into trouble there. It was wide and it was full, but just a little bit too wide perhaps.
It was all about the length. The length said to Jonathan Bird that it was drivable, but it was just a little bit not of a length that you don't want to be driving.
Yeah, it was
just a real. He drew him into the shot to Tian Furen.
It was all a bit too tempting for him. Oh, that's a very good delivery, and he's got the edge on that, the bottom of the bat, and it goes through to keeper Gian Kluter, and this time there is absolutely no doubt in the mind of Abdullah Steenkamp, and he raises the finger, and Jonathan Bird has to go for one, and that is not the start that World Sports Betting Western Province would have wanted. Jonathan Bird was going to leave that and just left his bat hanging down, took the bottom edge and straight down to the wicketkeeper Jean Kluter. It's 2 for 1. Just have a look at this again as it's Van Vuuren towards us, and he wants to leave it and then he doesn't, and he just gets the bottom edge on the bat, and that is a big wicket for Tian Van Vuuren first up.
Difference between those two deliveries was that one was that little bit straighter towards the stumps, so Jonathan Bird felt for most of the time that he was not in a position to leave it, and by the time he makes the decision to leave it, it's too late. Gets the bottom edge and he has to go. But good bowling from Tian Van Vuuren. Both deliveries were good. First one was a little bit wider, drew Jonathan Bird into the drive. Second one closer to the stumps, and there's a little bit of indecision in the batsman, and it gets a wicket. So good piece of bowling.
And it is coming to the crease on debut for Western Province, and debut in first class cricket is Oliver Whitehead, who's come in at number 3 and was down on our scorecards to come in at number 5. He's been brought in at number 3. Oliver Whitehead, very exciting young talent, and we had John James on our scorecard to come in at number 3. There's Oliver Whitehead coming into that position, as it's going to be Langer to continue to Eddie Moore. Just leaving that one again outside the line of the off stump. And so,
Interesting that decision there from Province to bring Oliver Whitehead in, because you're often told that a right and left-hand combination is the way to go,
yeah.
just in terms of changing the bowlers' minds and field placings. So the fact that they've gone with 3 out-and-out left-hand batters is certainly an interesting decision.
It is an interesting decision, especially with Daniel Smith due to come in at 4, also a left-handed batter. That's much better from Lange. He wants to be getting more to play out into the covers. And there is no runs. There's still 2 for 1. A loss of Jonathan Bird in that last over from Tiaan van Vuuren. He just was lulled into sort of half playing at that, wasn't he, Jonathan Bird, and just couldn't get his bat out of the way in time. And that is a big blow, having decided to bat first on, as you said, Tim, it's a surface where you just feel early on it's probably going to do something. If you can see through this first hour, Roy just lets that one go once again outside the line of the off stump, an extravagant leave, as he is known to do.
He's bowling too wide, without a doubt, and he's bowling also a fraction too short, which is making Eddie Moore's mind up.
Yep.
He isn't having to make the decision. However, Eddie Moore is definitive in his leaves. He's very strong in his decision making, which is a good plus for him, and hopefully he'll be able to kick on from his point of view.
Away from us now, and that's played very nicely to the covers, fielded there at point by Isaac Dikhali. There is no runs, just that one, I think it had gone anywhere to the left or right of Dikhali, would have gone through to the boundary, really short boundary we have on the offside here for the left-hander who's batting at the Kelvin Grove end. So very short boundary to the Oaks on our right, as you look at it as well on your picture, to the right-hand side. So there is opportunity there if you get it through. And that one he's not going to have anything to do with either, outside the line of the off-stump once again. You just feel that probably 10 of the 11 deliveries I think that he's bowled so far, he hasn't made the batter play. And that's what you want to do. You want to put it into that corridor of uncertainty outside the off-stump.
Yeah, Lange's bowling too short,
Yep.
without a doubt. And that's before the width comes into play. If you're bowling too short, you are making the decision for the batter rather than the decision maker being the batter, which is what you want as a bowler.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's much better. That's exactly where he wants to be bowling it. That is an absolute peach for the last delivery of the over. Goes across, squares Eddie Moore up completely. Doesn't get the edge, goes straight through to Xian Kluder. It's the end of 4 overs. It's 2 for the loss of 1. And it'll be Oliver Whitehead that will now be facing up to his first delivery in first-class cricket to Tiaan van Vuuren. And he's been given a huge responsibility here, hasn't he, Whitehead? Tim, coming in at number 3 for World Sports Betting Western Province.
I love the selections that Province have made in general for this game, but yes, it's a vote of confidence for Oliver Whitehead. We saw him do well in the T20 competition in the game that he played.
Yeah.
He strikes me as a confidence player, someone who knows his game pretty well, even though he is still very young. He'll look forward to the challenge, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. He most certainly will look forward to the challenge. He's played in just the one T20 game for Western Province. That's beautifully played for his first delivery in the first-class cricket. I think that might get to the boundary, and it does hit the boundary now, and that is a very good way to open your account in first-class cricket. His first shot, and just from the left armour, it's just wideish outside the off-stump of the right-handed batter, and he gets across very nicely to that, plays it through the covers. Dean Forrester just not able to cut that one off, and that brings up his first boundary and his first runs. It's 6 for the loss of 1. Just a little bit full on that occasion.
If you're going to give a half volley, it needs to be treated in that fashion.
Yeah. And he leaves that one very nicely outside the line of the off stump. Just coming across the right-hander. So as we just look at this one again, you see a little bit of bounce. I think this is the one that now he leaves alone. And he can leave that alone on bounce, as you're saying. Van Vieren, a tall gentleman, and he does get a little bit of bounce. You don't want to be too short on this wicket. It has got a little bit of tennis ball bounce. And if you are bowling short, you're probably able to on this pitch. You can trust the bounce.
But it's an area where I think Tuan van Vuren will want to test Eddie Moore. So you'll hope that Oliver Whitehead can get a single at some point in this over, because if we've seen Eddie Moore struggle in the test match he played against New Zealand at the beginning of the year,
yeah, and
he was found out with that short ball.
Yes, indeed, it's certainly something that you hear when you talk about Eddie Moore. You hear people talking about how he plays the short ball, and it's Van Vieren once again. That's well left once again by Whitehead outside the line of the off stump. And he did manage in that T20 competition earlier in the season, where he was the top run scorer, got the green cap there for being the leading run scorer in that competition. Western Province getting to that eliminator, the second eliminator against the Titans, and he was playing the short ball there. His sort of approach was very much that he would as attacking the short ball rather than shying away from it, trying to give himself room. Wouldn't happen in 4-day cricket. That's beautifully played into the leg side. It's a long boundary out there on the leg side, and it's going to be Suboto who picks that one up and tosses it in, but not before they're back for two. Nicely played. It was on the pads, and that's what any good player, opening or top order batter, should be able to do.
If this is what first-class cricket is about, Oliver Whitehead will be very happy. First of all, he gets a half volley out of the off stump, and then he gets a nice full-on ball on his legs, which he whips away.
Yeah, will he be tested in this last ball of the over? Down the leg side, he gets nothing on it. Through to Klutter. It's the end of 5 overs. It's 8 for 1. The Whitehead on 6, Moore on 1. And that was a good over for World Sports Betting Western Province, and particularly for young Oliver Whitehead, just 19 years of age, making his debut for Western Province and being given the big job of coming in at number 3, Tim.
It's a big responsibility. It's an important spot in any team. It's particularly, as we've spoken about, how we're not quite sure how this pitch will play. So it's an added challenge for him. But so far, so good from Oliver.
Yeah, as I said, he played in that one match and got a very good 40 not out in that match against the Titans. It's much better from Langer, making more play straight through to the captain, who's at a shortish mid-off position. So we've got 3 slips, the gully, a point, a mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. And that's a pretty much standard field for opening salvo in a 4-day game. Just while we are waiting, if you are watching and listening to us, just to give you an idea of what is happening in the test match taking place in Gqeberha.
As Eddie Moore leaves another one through to the keeper, nice and easy.
And the news there from Gqeberha is that Sri Lanka have been bowled out for 328 in their first innings. They resumed this morning at 242 for 3. South Africa getting the last 7 wickets for the addition of only 86 runs, and that really has been an outstanding effort. Dane Patterson there getting 5 for 71. I think his first fifer in Test cricket, and 2 for Maharaj. Oh, he has a full go at that, and he gets the edge, and that is the first shot in angle that he's played. He gets the edge, goes through to the keeper, and that is the end of Eddie Moore, and that is another massive blow for World Sports Betting Western Province, and he's been leaving them, and he could have left that one as well, and he didn't. He gets the edge, and he's gone.
Average delivery and a horrible shot.
Yeah.
Having absorbed all that pressure, being at the crease there for just over 5 overs, you are the rock of the side. You are the most consistent run scorer of this Western Province side. Edinburgh will not be happy with that shot. Very, very poor, really, all round, and a very, very easy catch behind there. And Langer will be delighted. I don't think he's bowled anything like of a consistent nature that he would like, but he's got a very important wicket.
As indeed, and as you say, Eddie Moore will be absolutely distraught at getting out in that fashion. He has been leaving them, and he should have left that one well alone outside the off stump. He thought it was short and wide enough to be able to play the shot. He just threw his hands at the ball and just got the faintest of edges and an easy catch through to Jean Klutter, and the Knights are well on top here. It's 8 for 2 as Daniel Smith comes to the crease. 16 matches he's played so far, and he has batted in how many innings he's got? 26 innings, 989 runs with a highest score of 153, and that was against the Dragons here in Cape Town 3 seasons ago. Got an average of 38.3, 2 centuries and 7 50s, and they are going to need a big innings from him today.
Certainly, and he's a very talented cricketer. Go back way back to his career, he scored a lot of runs at his school in Sax, and he's had a very good career with Province so far.
And leaves that one alone outside the off stump, which is probably what you feel Edward Moore should have done with that previous one. And so now you have 2 youngsters here at the crease. Daniel Smith, I think 22 now, still a youngster, made his debut 4 seasons ago now. It was in 2021-22, sorry, is that 3 seasons ago, 2021-22. 3 seasons ago made his debut here, scored a 50 on debut, and he's now at the centre of this batting lineup. Plays that nicely out into the offside to the captain Dane Pitt, who must be absolutely cock-a-hoop at the fact that they've taken both John O'Bird and Edward Moore's wickets in the first 6 overs of this encounter.
We don't have pitch map technology, but I reckon of the 3 overs that Langer has bowled, I reckon 3 deliveries would have hit the stumps.
Yeah,
and that tells
right.
you an awful lot.
Yeah, he's haven't had to play at virtually any of his deliveries so far. That one he does have to play at, and just with soft hands down into the ground. It's the end of a successful over for Sitembele Langer. He gets the wicket of Edward Moore, caught behind by Jean Klutter for just 1. Both openers back in the dressing room, both having scored 1, and 1 caught off Van Vuuren, and it was Bird just not able to leave the ball outside the off stump, just getting a bottom edge through to Klutter, and then Edward Moore playing a very loose shot outside the off stump with a horizontal bat, just getting the top edge and through to the keeper, Jean Klutter, easy catch. And so it's 8 for 2 after 6 overs.
He might have got away with it if it was against Van Vuuren, but it still would have been a poor shot. Because Van Vuuren's extra bounce. Yeah,
under the circumstances, certainly was not the kind of shot we were expecting him to play. It's Van Vuuren into Whitehead. It's a good delivery, and he's in behind it very nicely, the youngster. To celebrate his 19th birthday that long ago, Oliver Whitehead was in the South African under-19 team that was part of that World Cup that took place here in South Africa earlier this year. He's played a number of under-19 internationals. He's played 1 List A match.
Along with his fellow teammate of this 11, Juan James.
That's just off the inside half of the bat. And certainly expecting an appeal if that one had not just taken the inside half and gone down to long legs. He gets off strike with that single. He moves to 7. It's 9 for a loss of 2, and it's Daniel Smith is going to be facing up to Tian van Vuren for the first time, and he's taking a middle and leg stump guard by the looks of things there, Daniel Smith. And certainly these two have got a job to do here. Just feel a partnership absolutely essential. No George Linder in this lineup today for the Western Province. He has been the highest run scorer for Western Province so far in this particular tournament. So just looking at the records.
Just looking at his numbers, George averages 63 this season, and the next best is under 35. So there's been a heavy reliance on George Linder in this competition by World Sports Bet Western Province. You would have thought maybe the influence would be with the ball, but it's actually been heavily with the bat.
Yes, it's been his fellow left-arm spinner, Carl Simmons, who's made the impact with the ball. 20 wickets, the second highest on the wicket-taking list for the competition so far after just 3 matches for World Sports Betting Western Province. Leading that is Sean van Berg of Gold Rush Boerland. That's well left by Smith outside the line of the off stump. Just trying to see with those numbers for the season so far. I think they're here actually. Have a look.
Daniel Smith's just going down the wicket and putting down all those gremlins. I don't think there are too many gremlins on this pitch, to be honest, but all the same.
So you just having a look at George Linder, he's right up there in the top run scorers. That's 379 runs, as you said. And
I think he's 4th on the list.
Oh.
I could be wrong, but I think he's 4th on the list.
Smith just hangs his bat out at that one, and he's lucky to get away with that. Just a little bit of movement away, and he could have left that on length again. Doesn't though. He just and width as well. Just hangs the bat out. He's got to be very careful here. Tian van Vuren just making that ball move away from the left-hander.
Doesn't move his feet an awful lot, Daniel Smith, but one thing he does have, a bit like Chris Cothick of England of old, he has an exceptional eye.
He does indeed. And he leaves that one alone outside the off stump. This time almost an identical delivery, just the one off that over. It's 9 for 2 after 7. And yes, so we do have here with us today Lesejo Senekwani, the Knights batter, who has scored 479 runs in the season, top scorer so far with the highest score of 205 against the Dragons. And as you say, Tim, George Linder there for Western Province, 379 runs in 3 games with an average of 63. Lesejo Senekwani average of 68 in this season. He's really been outstanding and got his call up quite rightly to the South African Invitation 11. Is going to be taking on the English Lions at the Western Province Cricket Club from the 10th to the 13th of December. But before that, he's got a game to play here over the next 2.5 days. As Lesejo Senekwani, he was the captain of the Knights in that match against Gold Rush Boerland when they played there earlier in the season, their first match of their return to the top flight. And he did very well in that match as well. Senekwani and particularly Aaron Pangisa had a fantastic match in that game against Boerland.
Indeed, absolutely. That was. The Knights have been very competitive in this competition, despite where they are at the table.
And that is, you call that a very good leave from Oliver Whitehead there. That didn't go clattering into the off stump. It must have been not much more than a coat or two of varnish away from that. Certainly if you have to look at the response from the bowler and from the fielders behind the wicket, a lot of hands on head. Just got to give himself a bit of time, hasn't he, at this? This will be something he's not ever experienced before. His first time in first class cricket. Certainly that the game that he did play, just the one List A game, and that 20 over game would have given him a foretaste of this. That's another good delivery, just swinging in. He seems to be a lot happier bowling to the right-hander than he was bowling to the left-hander. He's made him either leave or play on both occasions there. That first leave was very close to the off stump.
Which is why, and I've said it probably a third time now,
Yeah.
I do find it odd that it hasn't gone round the wicket to the left-hander
Yeah.
at any point of his spell so far.
Yeah. I mean, you have to say it wasn't the delivery that got the wicket. Wasn't a great delivery. It was just a poor shot. He's very well defensive behind that delivery. He needs to be able to he's been moving his feet quite well. We'll just have a look and see if there's any kind of trigger movement. I think if there is anything he's got from that point of view, but so far he's looked technically correct, as Oliver Whitehead. He said another product of Sachs. So 2 Sachs boys out there, not from the same era, but still. See what they can do out here for World Sports Betting Western Province today. And that's down the leg side, just is hitting the pad, and no big appeal at all there from the bowler or the men behind the stumps. Looked like it was angling down leg side.
Yeah, it's early doors for Oliver, but he does look like an accomplished batter. He does look as if he is comfortable at this level. I can't think of any delivery where he's been genuinely troubled as things stand.
Of course, you put the mockers on him now completely. As he leaves that one outside the line of the off stump again, that one was a little bit wider and well left. And just, I like the way that he's just walking across back to square leg, just composing himself and making sure that he is just going about his business. He needs to take every ball and play every ball on its merits.
Something Gary Kirsten used to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I say, it's something, certainly from a batting point of view, you've got to focus on every single delivery that you face. And there again, he's reading the swing and movement of that delivery into and from Langer very well. It's the end of a maiden over from Langer. It's 9 for the loss of 2 after 8 overs. The 2 men back in the hut. If you have just joined us, John O'Bird caught behind off by Jean Kluter off Tian van Vuren for 1, and Edward Moore caught also by Kluter off the bowling of Langer also for 1, and it was 2 for 1, 8 for 2. It's now 9 for 2. Whitehead on 7. Daniel Smith yet to open his account, and really you have to say in both instances the balls, both of those balls outside the line of the off stump, should have been left alone. Jonathan Bird was trying to leave it alone. He just didn't get his bat out of the way in time and just took the bottom edge through to Kluter, and then Eddie Moore playing an expansive shot outside the off stump after he'd been leaving virtually every delivery from Langer, and he got the top edge, got the edge and through to Kluter. Oh, and that is another one down, and it is Daniel Smith now that has to go, and that was beautifully bowled from Tian van Vuren into the left-hander. He had to play at it, you feel, that time, and it goes through, and Kluter takes his 3rd catch, and the Western Province innings is in complete tatters here at 9 for 3.
Fantastic piece of bowling from Van Vuren. I think in general he's bowled very well. This one came in at Daniel Smith, and Daniel Smith didn't really have any other option but play it, gets an edge, and a fantastic catch by, as you say, by Kluter, diving to his left in front of first slip. So definitely wouldn't have carried a first slip.
No.
As I say, great piece of bowling. Not much wrong that Daniel Smith did there. Just a solid wicket, and Province in all sorts of trouble at 9 for 3.
Yeah, as Jean James comes out to join his South African under-19 teammate Oliver Whitehead at the crease. James just back to today in this game from a time out on the sides with a hamstring injury, and so back into the fold, and it is going to be up to these two young guns that are going to have to try and rescue Western Province from the situation he's played. This is only his 6th first-class match, John James, 121 runs, average of 15. He's got a highest score of 38 for Western Province versus the Lions in the 2023-24 season, and he'll certainly need to get more than that today for his team if he is going to want to get them to a total that is anything at all here, as they're 9 for 3 into the 9th over. It has been all the Knights at the moment.
And the pitch hasn't done an awful lot, if we're totally honest.
No, it's that delivery, borrowing that delivery now from Van Vuuren that took the edge of Smith's bat, which I think was a really good delivery. Certainly the first 2 wickets that have fallen, they were avoidable, and you know that the Western Province team are going to be really upset that they've lost those 2 wickets, Bird and Moore, early on. Smith got a good delivery and probably couldn't really leave that one. That one was really well taken.
You put down as a good delivery, and those things happen.
That's nicely played to the captain, Dane Pete, at extra cover, and there is no run. So not only have the wickets been falling, but no runs have been coming. So we look at this wicket again, and just very good delivery, just straightening on the left-hander, going away from him slightly with the left arm over the wicket bowler, and it really was a good delivery. Got the wicket there. But you have to say that the opening pair were not particularly judicious in their leaving and their shot making. They had left the ball very well up until the time both of them played at the shot and got themselves out, as that one is played beautifully down to the boundary, forward of square on the leg side. It was short. He picked it up quickly, John James, and played it to the long boundary in front of the railway stand for 4.
The first real test of a bouncer from Van Vuuren, and it really didn't get up at all. Very easy to play, and a good shot there from John James.
That takes the score on to 13 for the loss of 3, and James on strike. So the 2 youngsters here for Western Province have got a real job to do. Van Vuuren's been very good in his spell so far. Just that one, as you say, just a little bit too short on that occasion.
Which you don't mind.
No.
You want to test out the pitch and as well as the batter of the short ball. I was kind of waiting for it to happen, maybe a little bit earlier in Chen Van Vuuren's spell, but that ball really didn't get up at all.
So Tim, I mean, in terms of the sort of advice, I mean, these 2 youngsters out there now, they really just have to bat, don't they? They just got to keep batting. I mean,
just bat until drinks,
yeah,
and then reassess.
Yeah, just take every ball and make sure you survive and flourish if you can. And you get given anything to hit, you are going to be able to do that. But it's very much around a test of their defensive technique and mentally a huge test for both of these 2, as scores 13 for 3 after 9 overs. Tien Van Vuuren 5 overs, 2 for 13. Lange 4 overs, and he's yet to concede a run in his spell. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 1.
Although that's largely due to the fact that he's bowled quite wide.
Yes, he has. Yeah. So they've really had nothing. There's been nothing that they should have been hitting necessarily from Lange, and he bowled the last over to the right-handed Whitehead. Both 2 right-handers now at the crease. That's nicely played backward of square on the leg side, and they'll take the first run of Lange's bowling, and Whitehead moves to 8. It's 14 for 3, and that's middle leg stump. It looks like that 2 leg, as they call it, that Sean James is taking a few different guards there, middle stump as well.
I think one thing that will happen is neither batter will allow themselves not to score.
Yeah.
If the ball is there to score, they will score off it. And that's important. You want to have a rotation of strike.
Yeah, very, very important for these two to keep that scoreboard ticking along. That's very nicely bowled from Lange. He certainly has made the right-handers play. He's made, in the previous over, made Whitehead play it. A few left. He did leave a couple, one very close to his off stump. And you just feel that this period of play now, the next few overs for these two, they just got to get themselves in, get a feel for what's happening on the pitch. As you said, Tim, it hasn't looked like there's been really too many ogres in the pitch here.
Which makes the decision from Province to bat first the correct one, despite what the scorecard is telling you.
Yeah, and you have to look at that as well. I mean, in the previous game against the Warriors, similar situation. They decided to bat first, and was 33 for 5, and until that brilliant partnership between Moore and Linda, and we've seen something similar to that now today. Obviously, Moore not out in the middle. He has had to depart. But
Lange is finding it. Bowling to the right hand is a whole lot different and a whole lot more simpler.
Yeah, certainly, isn't he? He's being able to put it on the money there. He has now. I think he may be getting. Is that an official warning now from Philip Vosloo? I don't know yet whether that is an official warning. He hasn't actually indicated to anybody, but he has been looking at him running on the pitch there as Philip Vosloo. Just worried about that danger area, the follow through from the right arm over the wicket bowler. That's nicely played by James, straight to the man at that forward of point there. That's Isaac Dikhale.
But it was a shot from a man who, despite being on the sidelines, does look in form.
Yeah.
It's nicely timed. He'll be disappointed that it was stopped, but you couldn't find the gap. But
still a confident stride out towards the ball,
exactly.
and absolutely, and that's what you want to see. It's again, you look at both of these players and virtually no first-class experience. And that's played very nicely into the gap with really, really well played. He stood up and played it nicely, no danger. Down between gully and a third slip, and he picks up his second boundary. The score goes to 18 for a loss of 3, and he just did play that very nicely. Got behind the line of the ball and was off the outside half of the bat through to the wide third man area for 4.
And despite the fact that we had some puddles yesterday towards that end, the boundary looks quite flush.
Yes. Yeah, outfield looking absolutely fantastic here, isn't it, Tim? It's we've had a lot of rain over the winter period, but even when I compare this outfield to what it looked like a couple of weeks ago against the Warriors, it looks in pristine condition, getting it ready for that important international season to come, the one-day international between South Africa and Pakistan, taking place here on the 19th of December. And it is going to be the test match on the 3rd to the 7th of January. That's nicely defended down into the gully by Whitehead. Van Vuuren continues into his 6th over now. 2 for 13. He has 2 very important wickets that of John O'Bird and Daniel Smith. Bird for 1, Smith without scoring. And Daniel Smith, if you have to get him early though, don't you? Because if he does get in, he can certainly score big runs. It's been a bit difficult for him at the moment, just early on in his innings.
That was not timed.
Not at all. No.
It was a nice sort of length, a nice sort of line for driving, but unfortunately Whitehead didn't quite get the timing that he wanted.
No, he didn't quite get it. Was, as you say, he played it more on the up, didn't it? It wasn't that full necessarily. It was there to be able to play the shot. Just going to keep an eye on how Van Vuuren is angling this across him, the left armour. And then once again plays it straight this time to Pete. Got hold of that one a little bit better. Straight to Dane Pete at extra cover, and there is no runs. 3 slips waiting for and from one of these Western Province batters. Jean Claude has taken 3 catches so far behind the stumps, all 3 wickets behind. He's got Aaron Pangiso at first slip, Patrick Butcher at second, Osejo Senekwani at third, and then Jacques Snyman in the gun. Here, just 52 minutes of play so far, and it's been all the nights, Tim.
He loved one more, which is why Van Vuuren is bowling, but still they have been and are well on top.
And hasn't necessarily, if you're certainly looking at Lange, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5, and most of the time there, those balls being left alone. It was the only ball really that Edward Moore played at in with any kind of anger that he got the top edge and through to Jean Claude. As just a bit of a change in the field here. The man at that forward or short leg position just being brought into a mid-wicket. So I don't think he'll be, or maybe it's a bit of a double bluff. He's not going to be bowling him anything short on the leg side, I don't think, or straight into the body as Whitehead just pulls away. Don't think Van Vuuren will be happy with that. So maybe a short ball coming up now after that one. But he has been, for me, I mean, Van Vuuren, certainly of the 2 bowlers, he's been by far the most accurate and the better of the 2 bowlers so far today.
Certainly. It'll be interesting to see how their backup bowlers get, because I think in general that's where they have struggled at this competition. With their backup bowlers have not supported opening spells that they've had throughout the season so far.
So the end of another maiden over from this time from Tiaan Van Vuuren. He's taken 2 for 13 off 6. It's 18 for 3 after 11 overs. And the moment, say for the batters, it's around just making sure you bat in some time and get used to what's happening on this wicket. And for the bowlers, certainly they'll be looking to try and get further breakthroughs into this Western Province batting lineup. 18 for 3 after 11 overs at the moment. It looks like Sitembele Lange is going to continue from the Wynberg end. They do have in Deon Forrester also very useful from a backup bowling point of view.
But he absolutely, but he hasn't quite had the same zip that we saw when he was playing in Division 2 last season.
But it is
that's been a difference maker, as they do make a change.
They do indeed. The very experienced Malusi Siboto is going to be coming on to bowl. Siboto is in his 135th first-class match, 3,383 overs, an average of 30.4, conceded just short of 10,000 runs, economy of 2.9, 327 wickets, a best of 7 for 44 for the Knights versus the Lions in Kimberley in the 2015-2016 season. And he is going to be looking to use all his experience here against these 2 youngsters. He's in to bowl to Juan James now. Right arm over the wicket. And that bounces twice before it gets through to Jean Claude. Just a little bit of slow opener from Malusi Siboto. But how good for the Knights to have a player of this experience in their lineup as well, Tim.
One thing this Knights team are not short of is experience. Yeah. They've got Dane Pete, they've got Pangiso, and they've got Siboto. I don't know how many games, but an awful lot of games between the 3 of them, and an awful lot of experience with that.
And hoping to bring all that experience to bear. Oh, that one just could have left it on length, and in the end he sort of flirted with it. Juan James just outside the off stump, wanted to play it, wanted to leave it, and sort of did half of one and half of the other. Manages to survive as it goes through to Jean Klutter. So that's the sort of line, isn't it, that you want to be bowling? Just on that fourth stump line, James was the first ever captain of the South African schools team. Was the first ever captain of the South African schools team from Wynberg Boys High. Certainly an accolade that he can nicely in behind that one again.
He's certainly been one that's been on the radar for some time.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise to those of us who have been watching his career since he joined Wynberg, and he's certainly got the attributes to reach high levels of this game.
Just angled that into the point region, and there is no run. The young man who captained the South African under-19 team in that World Cup in South Africa earlier on this year, and certainly did a very good job of that. He spent a season up at the Northwest Dragons. He was there up at Northwest University for that season, but back now in the Western Cape. Has played last season and this season. It's another good delivery from Siboto, making James play, and it's the end of maiden over for him. First up, Malusi Siboto, and I think we are going to be taking a drink, looks like, at this drinks after the first hour of play here in this match, the Division 1 match between the World Sports Betting Western Province and the Knights. And it is the Knights who are in the ascendancy here. 18 for 3 are World Sports Betting Western Province in the first hour, losing the wickets of Bird, Moore and Smith with a combined total of only 2 runs to their name. It's Whitehead and James both on 8 not out, and we'll be just taking a bit of a drink as well. We'll be back.
Tim Van Vuren makes way for Dion Forrester at the Covent Grove end.
Yeah, very good start here from the Knights and Dion Forrester. Numbers.
Dion Forrester's played 12 matches at an average of 46, got 12 wickets with a best of 2 for 10 for the Knights against Northern Cape last season.
Yeah, he did particularly well in that season last year. Some good runs, got a very good first-class batting average, and
it was this one is left behind through to the keeper. It was a statement performance from him, but it also was, why wasn't he in earlier? Why wasn't he in when the Knights knew they were going to be relegated, given those last 2 or 3 games when it was all said and done? That I found rather strange. But all that being said and done, he's enjoying his cricket, and he's a genuine find for them.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's
and again, this one is forward defence. No run. As I said, Oliver Whitehead looking really good.
Yeah, he's looked quite compact, hasn't he? He looked good in his defensive game. He seems to know where his off stump is. He's got to be very careful with that. Doesn't seem to be that much movement out there for the fast bowlers. I mean, his overhead conditions are pretty hot, and there's not much wind out there, so they're not getting any assistance necessarily from that.
Forrester in again. This one goes just over the stumps. Again, I suppose you would say good leave by Whitehead, but a little bit too close, I would suspect.
Yeah, I think he might have left that as much on length as he did on line. Forrester, a reasonably tall man, but certainly want to be making sure that you are not giving anything away here if you're a Western Province batter. It's been a very, very difficult start to their innings.
Forrester comes in again to Whitehead. Whitehead, this one drives, gets a thick outside edge, and it goes through for 4 down to third man.
Yeah, that one he wasn't in control of, just reaching for it outside the off stump, and that's a little bit fortunate. It was certainly not a catch. It wasn't a catchable opportunity. You just got to be a little bit careful there. He knows it. He's going away to that square leg region again. He's just got to put that out of his mind now and make sure he focuses on the next delivery.
First loose shot in the 25 that he's faced.
Yeah, it was most certainly.
Forrester in again. Once again, Forrester. Whitehead gets in behind it. Gets an edge on the next side. No run.
Yeah, just looked like that one probably just off the bat onto the pad, wobbling out into the offside. Van Vuren is there at mid wicket. But on this Newlands pitch, normally as a bowler, if you talk to players like Dane Patterson, for example, who's just taken his first 5 for in Test cricket today, he very much, you were wanting to be consistent bowling at that top of off-stump line.
This one once again goes through to Pritchard, and there is no run, as that is the end of the over, as Province on 22 for 3 after 13. Whitehead 12, and James is on 8.
So just as you were saying, Tim, just looking at Dion Forrester, and particularly from a batting point of view, he only made his first class debut in the last season for the Knights, and coming into the season here, his first class average was up around 60. It has gone down now to 44 going into the first division. It is a different challenge for a batter, most certainly, and also as an all-rounder, again a challenge, probably having to bowl a lot longer spells in this type of in this format of the cricket, just coming up to that level. But I'm sure with the talent that he does have, to be able to adjust to that, Saborto.
This one is too wide for Saborto and very easily left from John James. You're absolutely right. I do think, though, now he should feel a little bit more comfortable because of the runs that people like Senakwani is making. Stayman has come back into the side. He made a 50 last week. I think he made 81, if my memory serves me correctly. So they've got a bit more of a base. This delivery is much closer to the Stumps. Sean James gets his foot across for defence. Solid as ever. No run.
Jacques Neyman in that match against the Dolphins in Bloemfontein, 81 in the first innings and a 54 in the second. Niseko Senakwani again, fantastic from him, 108 in the first inning, 61 in the second, in a match which they unfortunately there, the Knights. Oh, he's got him. He's got him.
A golden edge. Beautiful piece of bowling, held back slightly, and I don't think George James was in a position not to play that delivery. He may have been able to leave it, but I think he had committed with his front foot across himself, having to come forward and getting a very, very simple catch behind the Stumps. And Province's trouble is just going from bad to worse. They're now 22 for 4. John James has to go for 8.
Yeah, an excellent delivery there from Malusi Saborto. And you think perhaps, just within that area or corridor of uncertainty outside that off stump. And he just leant forward into the ball and played at it and just taking that a nice edge through to Jean Klutter. Absolutely no problem for him. The wicket keeper picking that one up as we see Yaku coming out to join Oliver Whitehead.
We've just seen the visuals of that dismissal, and John James, it was another delivery that could have been left.
Yeah.
He did commit to the shot, he did commit to coming forward, which is why he got himself into trouble. If he played back, he would have been in the position to leave it. Another delivery where a Province batter did not have to play the delivery.
It was wide enough for him to be able to have left it well alone. It's now a big job for Onkunyaku, and he scored 230s in the Western Province defeat against the Lions. So he has shown some form with the bat this season so far, Onkunyaku, and that was the first game that he has played for Western Province this season. So 230s, as I say, in that defeat to the Lions. And once again, they are going to be looking for some runs from him here. 22 for 4. It's a very familiar tale, unfortunately, here for the top order of World Sports Betting Western Province. Batting first, this previous match, 33 for 5 it was before the recovery came. Saborto away from us.
This one is held back again from Saborto. Knuckle gets a thick outside edge and he's able to go through for a single. No real danger there, but again, another edge from a Province batter, and the score now moves on to 23 for 4, and we're nearly at the end of the 14th over.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a 23 for 4 pitch. It certainly isn't a surface that we've seen radical movement. I mean, to be fair to the attack of the Knights, you wouldn't say that they're express pace. I mean, maybe Tian van Vuren, the only one that's got a little bit of pace. It's just really bowling in the right areas.
This one again, Whitehead is looking as solid as ever. Again, it was looking for that outside edge from Saborto. Nice line length in that 4th stump channel. Whitehead made sure that he got himself in the right position to get behind it.
Yeah, full face of the bat onto that one. He got in very nicely behind that. His feet have been moving pretty well right from the beginning here, Oliver Whitehead. And the youngster at the moment, the only player for Sports Betting Western Province has got into double figures. It's on 12.
And Sporter comes in again for the last delivery of the over. In at the Stumps, but Whitehead is ever present, comes forward, blocks it, and there's no run. 23 for 4 at the end of the 14th over. Whitehead is on 12, and Yaku has just come in, he's on 1.
Yeah, Kunyaku averages just over 24 in first class cricket, does have a highest score of 201 for the Garden Route Badgers. He's got 200s and 650s. And they'll be looking for very much of the same as what he gave them against the Lions. He came in there also in very difficult conditions against the Lions at his current position.
I think he is now at the point of his career where he can legitimately say, I want to focus on my batting and become that batting all-rounder and compete with Opengwana. That's where I think he should be thinking where his game is at present. As Forrester starts to do over, and it's left behind by Yaku. Good line of length though from Forrester, trying to entice the batter.
Much better from Forrester there. Just bowled a few of those as well to Whitehead in the last over. Just managed to avoid playing at those. He was leaving them, a lot of them have been left on length rather than on line. But, as long as you leave it and it doesn't go anywhere near taking the top of off stump, then it'll be a good lead.
Indeed, absolutely. Forrester makes a slight change in his field. He's which wicket slightly inwards. This one is driven to mid-off by Yaku, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's interesting that they brought taken Jacques Snyman out of the gully. Got like 2 slips and a 4th slip, first, second and 4th slip, and they've got Jacques Snyman in at that short extra cover position, catching. Maybe they've done a bit of work on understanding what they're looking for, that loose drive in the air through the covers.
As Forrester comes in again, this one a bit too short, very easily played by Yaku, still no run. It's also, I feel, because of the lack of pace from Forrester, which is why they've got one at the leg side and one at the offside.
Yeah, so just giving him, you do fall over a little bit when you're playing, particularly on the leg side. Your head just sort of falls over slightly to the offside. Maybe just flick that one up in the air into the leg side. That's what Ten von Vera is waiting for.
Forrester in again. This one is a better length and a better line, but still Yaku lets it go through to Kluti. No run, 23 for 4.
Yeah, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? 23 for 4. Not something that you would say if you've elected to bat first, that you wouldn't want that to be the case at all. And it is going to take something special from the players down the order, these two and those coming in, to deliver something really special from a batting point of view.
Forrester in again, this one again back of a length. Once again, Yaku gets in behind it and cover fields it. No run.
I mean, if you're Gian Kluter right now, you're thinking this is such an easy game. You know, you just stand there and take the catches. He's had catches that have come his way. They've all been pretty much regulation catches. Done very well. To snaffle 4 victims already.
Yeah, he's had a good game. No doubt about it. He's had a superb game. Last delivery of the over. Forrester in. This one driven and thick edge straight to first slip and is dropped. Simple catch. That is a drop there by Dane Pete.
Dane Pete, the captain.
A regulation.
Yeah.
I don't think you can say anything other than a regulation slip catch. Back of her length, good delivery from Forrester. Gets Yaku into the drive. Gets the edge, straight to Pete. Slightly to his right, moves perfectly to the right, and somehow doesn't catch it.
No, that could have been another massive breakthrough for the Knights. Western Province would have been then 23 for 5. It was, as you say, Tim, a regulation catch to the captain fielding at first slip, went away to his right-hand side, just hard hands maybe, just didn't quite nestle in the hands and bobbles out. They'll take a single. But again, another batter playing at one outside the off stump. Thickish edge this time. It's very fortunate it didn't go through to Clitter.
Sparta starts a new over. And very good bowling. Thick edge there by Yaku. Then he goes through for a single. No real danger, but again, a bowler has beaten the batsman, and they go for a single.
Yeah, once again, as you say, outside that off stump, just probing on that line, and that's exactly what's worked for them so far today. Saboto's picked up a wicket already, and that was another one just to the left and slightly in front of Leseko Senekwani at gully, fourth slip.
Sparta in again to Whitehead. Whitehead gets in solidly behind it. Bat next to pad, solid.
Yeah, and that's what they do need. What the bowler might be looking for is just to try and see if you can't keep working him to get a bit further and a bit further and a bit further outside the off stump. Let's see what Lucy Saboto is going to do with this next delivery. It's going to be something that's going to be pitched up from outside the off stump.
Sparta in again, and out to the off stump, and Whitehead comes forward, blocks it solidly.
That one just a little bit wider outside the off stump. Just Oliver Whitehead here now, again, quite like what he's doing, just composing himself, giving himself some time. Takes up his guard.
Sparta comes in. This one a bit shorter, again out of the off stump, and defended by Whitehead. No run, 25 for 4.
And that's what he's got to do. He's got to make sure that if there's whatever movement, there really isn't much movement on offer here for the bowlers. They've just been bowling in the right channels and making the batters play the deliveries perhaps they shouldn't be playing at. Certainly two of the batters, in fact 3 of the batters have been out playing at balls that perhaps they shouldn't have been doing.
This one, again, similar line and length from Sparta, and a similar shot from Oliver Whitehead. Looking like he is going to bat all day long.
That's what he has to do. From a Western Province point of view, they want him to bat for as long as possible. In fact, they want both of these batters to be there as long as is possible, because they are in desperate trouble here at 25 for 4.
Sparta again. This one driven, and it was wide,
Yeah.
as James was saying. It was full, and it enticed Whitehead into the drive. Goes through to the keeper. Luckily for Oliver, no edge.
Yeah, and that is exactly what I was expecting from Malusi Saboto. Just hang it out there for him. He got him playing at every single delivery that over. Exactly what he wanted to do. He was in the channel. He was defending well. He's just that one that was a little bit wider, a little bit fuller. And Whitehead could have left that one well alone. I'm not saying that he needs to be scoreless. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, he does have to take advantage if the ball is there to be hit. needs to take advantage of it, but he's just got to be very careful.
Forrester in, and Knight gets it behind it. It's slight inside edge, but trickles down towards the bowler, and there is no run. 25 for 4. Whitehead is still on 12, and Yaku is on 3.
He's had 2 of those 3. And Yaku have been through the slip cord, and the one that was dropped by Dane Pete in the last over, the other one that went just to the left of the Seppelsen Kwani.
Whitehead a bit shorter this time, a bit straighter towards the leg stump, and worked it to the leg side on to mid-wicket by Yaku. No run.
Yeah, I like the fact that Forrester is making the batter play at basically every single delivery. You've seen the same with Malusi Sabota on the other side, is that they are making sure that the batter feels that he has to play at every single delivery. Yaku is obliging at the moment.
This one a bit fuller, a bit more outside the off stump, and Yaku comes across, his foot across, gets bat behind it, and there's no run. It's a good partnership.
Yeah.
Bowlers.
Yes, it is. It has been a very good. In fact, they've bowled well in tandem. The 2 opening bowlers. Van Vuuren was asking a lot more questions than Lange, it must be said. But you feel that perhaps what Lange was doing.
Forrester a bit shorter this time, a bit more turn towards the stumps, and Yaku gets behind it towards the leg side. No run.
I mean, with Van Vuuren bowling the way that he did, and was the one that was actually certainly had the more danger for the batters. He was bowling in better channels than Lange was, but Lange, with the batters just leaving the ball, it meant that there was no the score was not moving along at all for Western Province, and that you just felt was one of the reasons why Eddie Moore played the shot that he did.
Absolutely. This one again identical to the last delivery, except this one is back foot drive from Yaku goes to mid-on.
And it was then that when Moore tried for that release shot with the ball wide and slightly short outside the off stump, tried to play that shot through the covers or through point region square cut and just got the top edge and was caught behind. But with just the frustration of probably not being able to get it away and not actually having to play at any of the deliveries, that ultimately led to his downfall.
Forrester in again, this one bouncing over the stumps, and Yaku leaves it through to Kluti. That's the end of the 17th over. Province on 25 for 4. Whitehead on 12. Yaku is on 3.
And it was the first batter to go today. Jonathan Bird caught by Kluter Bob van Vuuren for 1, 2 for 1. It was 8 for 2 when Moore was caught by Kluter of Lange for 1. Was then 9 for 3, and 9 for 3 when Smith was caught by Kluter of van Vuuren without scoring, and then 22 for 4 when James was caught by Kluter of Sabota for 8. And just a reminder that of upcoming fixtures that you can watch on Supersport, and as well if you are in those regions, if you are in Kingsmead, got 2 big matches coming up over the next 3 days, as we see Malusi Sabota going away from us now.
Defended, no run.
So tomorrow is the second Black Day taking place, and that is the Proteas women playing against the England women, and that is all proceeds there from the Black Day. Proceeds will be going towards the ending the scourge of gender-based violence in the countries, and that is what the Black Day is all about tomorrow. So South African Proteas women will be wearing their black kit tomorrow, and really in recognition of the fight against gender-based violence.
Sporter comes in towards Whitehead, forward to Feds. It's a slight edge, but there's no run.
And that game starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at Kingsmead. It's a day game, a one-day international, and then 2 days later, on the 10th of December in the evening, it is the first of the 3 T20 internationals for Proteas men against Pakistan. The first match on the 10th at Kingsmead, that's Tuesday the 10th, then Friday the 13th, lucky for some, at Centurion, and then Saturday the 14th at the Wanderers.
Sporter in again, and once again a thickage edge from Whitehead. Actually, no, sorry, apologies, went straight through to the keeper. I thought it went along the ground, yes, towards the gully, but it didn't. It went through to Clutty. There was no run.
Yeah, just dragging him a little bit further and further outside the off stumps. You just got to be careful here, Oliver Whitehead. That's the second time he's been beaten in the last 2 overs from Suboto. Clever bowling here from the experienced campaigner.
What you want now is you want Joe van Dijk in swinging Yorker towards the leg stump.
Yeah,
that's what they miss, this Knights team. They've missed him, I don't know how many games, at least.
Well, he hasn't played he only played in the first game, I think, of the season. And
that's a huge miss.
He was devastating in that game against the Boland. He bowled the short ball to extreme effect.
Sporter in again. Whitehead, this one does squirt along the ground to the slip, and there is no run, 25 for 4.
So he's getting in nicely behind it, but the challenge for him is that ball that is just on probably a fifth or sixth stump line, where he's looking to cover it, and he doesn't need to cover it. I know earlier on in his innings there was one that went past the outside of the off stump from Langer that was a difficult one.
Sporter ball's a bit shorter. This one is driven nicely on the offside by Whitehead, but there is still no run.
And, he's in a situation now that he would have, well, he's never been in this type of situation before.
It's a challenge.
It is a challenge. He needs to trust his technique, which is what he has been doing, which is really good to see. He just got to be careful, because Suboto is working on a plan to him every single over here.
Sporter in again. This one again a little bit too short from his point of view, and it's easily left behind by Whitehead through to the keeper. 25 for 4 after 18 overs. Whitehead 12 not out, Yaku 3 not out.
And Whitehead now 40 deliveries for that 12, which just goes to show his powers of concentration. I think he's been beaten outside the off stump probably twice, 2 or 3 times maybe. Twice certainly from Malusi Suboto. And there again, Suboto, that last delivery, you're right, Tim, it was in the channel he wanted to bowl it. It was just probably too short. And that meant that young man, Oliver Whitehead, could just leave it alone outside the off stump. Had it been pitched up a bit more, he may well have actually had a go at it. So it's just interesting to see this sort of cat and mouse that we're seeing at the moment between the bowlers and the batters. And Dean Forrest is going to have a chance to work over Onko and Yanko again now.
This one is a bit too short, and it's easily defended by Yaku, and the ball trickles along the ground. You talk about that partnership. Supporters get the ball just to go away very slightly, and Forresters get the ball to go in towards the right-hander. So it's a good combination, as well as what they are doing with the ball. Forrester in again. This one a bit fuller. Nice line of length, but easily left behind by Nyaku through to Clutty. And no run.
So we saw just in between the last over, Dane Pete, who's actually come out of the slips now. Jacques Sneeman's gone into first slip, which is where Pete was when he dropped that catch. Just was getting some attention from the physio on his fingers. So maybe just it was his left hand, so not his bowling hand, fortunately for him. maybe just something that got a bit of a hurt him a little bit when he did drop that catch.
Forrester in again to Nyaku, driven nicely by Nyaku, finds the gap, goes through for an easy two. They think about third, and it's all the way for four, in fact. So all those paddles that we saw yesterday have made no difference, and it's 4 runs, and much deserved 4 runs for Nyaku. Lovely shot.
Yeah, he played that very nicely, Onka Nyaku, and it was a bit of a teaser for the fielders out there, just getting to the boundary in front of the north stand here at what is now beautiful looking Newlands. It's absolutely bathed in sunshine and not much of a breeze. Some spectators under the oaks having watching the cricket, which is lovely to see.
Forrester in again. This one driven once more. Great piece of fielding by at the mid-off. And easily saved a couple there, and maybe even 4.
Yeah, that's the seasoned campaigner, Aaron Pangiso. He will no doubt be having something to say with his left arm orthodox spin in this match. It's been around for quite a long time now, Aaron Pangiso. 39 years old, I think he is. Close to that magical 40 mark.
This one a bit too short. Right line by Forrester, but a bit too short, and Nyaku gets to go through to the keeper. Don't want to speak too soon, but Nyaku does seem to have worked out what Forrester is trying to do, and certainly eat this over. He seems to be a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, he was very fortunate there. He was dropped when he just had just a single on the board.
Forrester in for the last ball of the over. Full delivery on the leg stump. Worked away, thick outside edge down to fine leg. Langa, and they go through for a single. The score moves on to 30 for 4 after 19 overs, and Onka Nyaku moves on to 8.
Yeah, and these two now have been together since the middle of the 14th over, so they've had it for 5 overs and 3 balls already. Just put on 8 runs so far off this wicket, all 8 coming off the bat of Onka Nyaku. Now he's going to be facing up to Malusi Suboto for the first time. So it's probably good from an Oliver Whitehead point of view that he's now going to be looking at it from the other end for a couple of deliveries. But you do want to see if they can rotate the strike a little bit more, perhaps here, Tim. That they just have been focusing on survival at the moment, haven't they?
And you're right. They've both faced the subsequent bowler an awful lot. They haven't changed ins, which is should make for an interesting over. The first delivery is worked on the leg side by Onka Nyaku, but there was no run.
Yeah, and you said it's been Oliver Whitehead has been on 12 now for quite some time. He's been soaking up the bowling from Malusi Suboto.
Suboto in again to Nyaku. This one, oh my goodness me. It's he came forward to Nyaku. He did play with his pad, but it's a great piece of bowling from Suboto, and very nearly got an edge.
Yeah, another one in that channel outside the off stump, and he just played at it, didn't he? Just as you said, he thrust his pad forward, played at it, and straight through to the keeper. So there's still enough to keep those 4 slips interested, isn't there? It's that 4th slip position. Seko Senekwani, he's just that little bit further forward for that one that he might try and angle down into the gully area.
Sport it once in again. This one is driven on the offside to mid-off, and there's no run. No time to get that shot from Onka Nyaku.
Now, and again, it's a lot of the focus and attention for these two at the moment has been around making sure that they just stay there. Need to try and blunt this opening salvo from the Knights bowlers.
Sporter in again, Fuller nicely got behind by Nyaku as it trickles past the Stumps. Nicely driven straight, but there was no run.
I mean, the
Still-
discipline. Yeah, sorry.
No, still 30 for 4.
The discipline from these Knights bowlers, I mean, particularly we look at Van Vuuren, Forrester and Sabota has been outstanding. Just in terms of where they've been pitching it, they've given virtually nothing to hit, which has been really good from them.
Absolutely. As Sporter comes in again, bowls this one a bit too short, and it's easily got behind by Nyaku and blocked on the offside through to the cover fieldsman, and there was no run.
Some news from the Test match in Aberga, South Africa, in their second innings. They're currently 53 without loss in that second innings. In fact, 55 for 1. They've just lost the wicket of Tony Dezorzi, and he's been bowled by Prabhat Jayasuriya for 19. 55 for 1, South Africa leading by 85.
Supporter in again, this one not bit fuller, and nicely timed by Nyaku, and they scamper through for a quick single. Good communication between the batters, and they move on to 31 for 4, and Nyaku with that quick single moves on to 9.
We know that Onke can count to 6 because he's just stolen the strike again from Oliver Whitehead. So he'll be facing up to, looks like, Aaron Pangiso for the first time, is it? Or is he just making us look like he wants to bowl? No, I think it is going to be, is it going to be Forrester or is it going to be Pangiso?
Well, Forrester's only bowled 4,
And he probably is going to continue.
which
Aaron,
would be a bit of a change if
Yeah.
they did do that.
Yeah, Aaron Pangiso just making us think that he's going to be bowling the next over. He just was marking his run-up. And is going to be Deon Forrester to continue. So yes, that wicket there, Tony Dezorzi, is clean bowled by Prabhat Jayasuriya. Ryan Rickerton just joined Aidan Markram. Markram on 30 there. South Africa leading by 85 in their second innings. And what is effectively now, with the lead of 30, they're going to be looking to build as big a lead as they possibly can there, South Africa. Yeah, Deon Forrester to continue here from the Kelvin Grove end.
Comes in towards Nyaku, and Nyaku leaves it behind. Again, too short from Forrester to trouble the batter.
And I mean, it has been good. The attack-mindedness here of Dane Peters, the captain, are really enjoying. He's not letting up at all. And why shouldn't he? I mean, he should be attacking still. 31 for 4. World Sports Betting Western Province, they're in a heap of trouble here. And they are just looking to, these two, just looking to bat it out as long as they possibly can.
Forrester comes steaming in, and this one is driven nicely by Nyaku, but it's half stopped by Forrester in his run-up, and there was no run.
I mean, Onke Nyaku, it's also been around for a little bit of time. Not too many first-class matches that he's played necessarily. So in terms of that sort of experience, not as many as you perhaps would have expected him to play. And played in both second division, and he's played now in the first division cricket. And just his second appearance of the season so far here for World Sports Betting Western Province.
This one is a bit short again from Forrester, and Nyaku gets it behind it very easily, without any trouble at all. Starting to look very, I won't say comfortable, but looking very assured of himself at the moment.
Yeah, I mean the movement, that little bit of movement that was on offer there earlier on from Tian van Vuren we saw, and that has certainly gone. It's looking very much gun barrel straight at the moment.
This one again worked on the leg side by Onkonyaku. They scamper through for a quick two as Langa breaks in from the fine leg boundary, and they go for two. So he moves on to 11, and Warren Sports betting Western Province now move on to 33 for 4.
Yeah, it was good running. It was always going to be two. He wanted two from the minute that he hit that one, and just to the left of the man at long leg. And he came through nicely for that too. Good to see that he's got that appetite and hunger to keep the strike as well.
This one out to the off stump, trying to correct himself there, Forrester, from the previous delivery. Left in, left behind by Yaku. No run.
So yeah, so having made his debut 10 seasons ago, Onko Nyaku, 54, this is his 55th first-class match. Yeah, interesting to see.
There have been some injuries in his career that have, and they've been lengthy injuries from memory, which is why he hasn't played as much as you would expect. This one is a foolish length, nearly entices Nyaku into the drive, but at the last second he decides against it, goes through, and at the end of that over, Province are 33 for 4. Oliver Whitehead is still on 12, and Onko Nyaku is on 11.
And as we look across there to Tiwakai Nabe, is there just chatting to some of the spectators that are in today. Always good to see the players interacting with the spectators. A couple of youngsters going over there to chat to the World Sports Betting Western Province pacer, as we do see a change of bowling from the Weinberg end. It's going to be Sitembele Langa to come back into the attack, and he bowled 5 overs so far, 1 for 5.
Oh, well, he did bowl an awful lot better to the right-hander, so you would expect that to continue any second spell, to get them to play and an awful lot more deliveries than he did to the left-handers in his first spell.
And he was getting quite a nice amount of movement in towards the right-hander.
He comes in. This one is worked to the leg side to the fielder, and no run. Nicely timed there from Oliver Whitehead.
Yeah, I probably feel a little bit that he missed out of it there, just onto the pads. But he did play it nicely, straight to the man at mid-wicket. So now they've dispensed with one of the slips there, Tim. It's just the 3 slips now, and they've sort of staggered between almost the first, third and fifth slip almost that they've got there, trying to cover all their bases there.
It makes sense. I think that this feeling that Langa has got does make sense. I think the one that you're looking for now is you're looking for a chip in the air.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for, rather
absolutely.
than your regulation caught behinds and the slips.
Yeah, or maybe one that he does get to bounce a little bit. I mean, we've seen a lot of, and quite rightly so, just short of a length bowling, trying to get that line, that sort of top of off stump line.
And this one is out of the off stump, and forward defence from Oliver Whitehead. Thinks about a single for a split second and decides against it.
Yeah, he's still getting that movement into the right-hander. Sort of almost natural with the arm as it's going in, but it's quite a significant amount of swing in towards the right-hander. The ball certainly hasn't been flayed to all parts of the ground at the moment. Oh,
this one is driven badly by Oliver Whitehead. Regulation catch to first slip, and he has to depart for a hard fought 12. But Province again lose another wicket, and they find themselves now 33 for 5.
Yeah, and that is a regulation catch to the first slip. Aaron Pangiso takes the catch at first slip, and just his patience has worn thin there, and that is exactly where you wanted to be bowling it. He just plays that one away from his body and gets the edge and through to the fielder at first slip. I think that was Pangiso. We'll have to see who that was at first slip. But regulation slip catch, and he has to make his way for 12 in his first class innings. And Western Province, as they were in exactly the same situation against the Warriors in the previous match, are 33 for 5. And this is, as I say, exactly what they were batting first in the previous match. And it is Mhlali Mpongwana who comes to the crease, and a man who is yet to get a first-class 100, certainly has the talent, and is a man who Western Province are going to be looking at now, relying on to get some runs here, just averaging 16 in first-class cricket, 464 runs, 250s, the highest score of 77 against the Titans at Centurion 2 seasons ago. And the players are taking, and the umpires are taking a bit of a drink here, and we'll just be back with you in a couple of moments when they are back on the field. Okay,
Swap again.
Sorry?
Are we going to swap?
Yeah, we'll swap again. Yeah, that's fine. 21.
Just give me a second to look
He
at my
was
stats.
he batted for 8 overs and 1 ball without scoring a run there. Sports betting Newlands, it is Mhlali Mpongwana who has come to the crease at number 7 for World Sports Betting Western Province, and that after the wicket of Oliver Whitewood on debut, just playing at that one, going for the drive outside the off stump, getting the edge, and Sitembile Belelanga picking up his second wicket now, 5.4 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 5, and he certainly, as you said, Tim, he was bowling far better against the right-handers than he was against the left-handers, and you have to say he put it out there for Oliver Whitehead, enticed him to go for the drive. He went for the drive, and a regulation catch by Pangiso at first slip. And Mhlali Mpongwana coming across to play that one, probably hit him outside the line of off stump. Umpire Philip Fosklu not interested in the appeal. It wasn't necessarily a concerted appeal. I'll have a look at that one again. He does go quite a long way outside his off stump. We didn't manage to see that, but goes a long way outside his off stump to try and play that into the leg side.
I think he might have also got an inside edge,
He
which
might
is
have done.
why the appeal was not more
Yeah.
vociferous.
Yeah, it's,
Upper just the last 3 seasons has scored 352 runs at an average of 20, so it's better than his career average, but he will still want that to be better because he is a genuine all-rounder in this team.
Yeah, a man who, when he was up in Zimbabwe with the South African emerging team and played a number of matches there against the Zimbabwe emerging, not regarded as first-class matches, so not in his numbers, but scored a very good 133 there. And in that series where he was in fact the captain of that South African emerging team that went up to Zimbabwe, some really good opportunity to get some time out in the middle before the season started here, and he'll be looking to build on that kind of experience. Has a very good average in List A. List A average is in the 30s, so he has batted well. He's got a List A century that he scored in the win that the World Sports Betting Western Province had over the Dragons in the final last season, as it's Tiaan van Vuuren who's replacing Deon Forrester at the Kelvin Grove end.
That's just what the Knights actually wanted. They wanted to break that little bit of a resurgence, a little bit of a partnership the province were developing, and then bring on the extra pace to particularly Mopungwana, who you might find he's going to battle against the extra pace from Tiaan van Vuuren.
Yeah, I think they may have been thinking of putting Aaron Pangiso on from this end after Deon Forrester finished his spell, but because that wicket's fallen, they certainly throwing the ball back to their 2 opening bowlers here. Oh, that is Pongwana off coming down the wicket to try and take the run, but his partner was not interested and there was no run there, so just as well that he went back just into the pads of Onke and Yaku there.
One thing this province innings does not need is a run out.
No, they don't need a run out now at all. 33 for 5. It is a desperate situation, and you have to look at these two and say that they are the last pair of recognised batters. And Carl Simmons, who does have a couple of first-class hundreds to his name, his highest score of 120. He is a man who's been in reasonably good form with the bat, but again, coming in at number 8 for World Sports Betting Western Province. He's certainly somebody that can score. He does score quickly as well, but you just think it's just at this stage very early for him to be coming in. 22 overs and 3 balls this innings. They only got 33 on the board, 33 for the loss of 5, and as I say, they were in exactly that position when they were playing against the Warriors.
I must say, it is a small sample because he hasn't played an awful lot. But this is, in this format, this is the best I've seen Tiaan van Vuuren bowl. The most consistent I've seen him bowl. I've seen him bowl quickly before, but not at this consistency. He made his debut 6 years ago, so he's been around the setup of first-class cricket for quite a while. But this is easily the best I've seen him bowl.
Yeah. So just to give you an idea, in that previous match against the Warriors, Western Province, winning the toss there and batting first with 33 for 5 as well. And that was the wickets to fall there. It was 3 Proteas, and it was in fact the 5 batters that were the first 5 wickets to fall. None of them are playing today in this match. Dazorzi, Valley, Beddingham, Verena and Kitime. So the personnel at the top may have changed. The only one who was part of that, Eddie Moore, in fact, was not out when it was 33 for 5 and went on to put on 191 with George Linder for the 6th wicket. And then 119 Linder put on with Simmons for the 7th wicket in that match. It was Carl Simmons getting 68 off 74 balls. But it was George Linder's 152 off 245 balls that really set that up for that matchup for the World Sports Betting Western Province team. You just don't sense that they have that in their locker today. As Tian Van Vuuren's towards us now. It's beautifully played by Onkan down the ground. I think it will be cut off, and it is indeed. They come back for two. That was a lovely looking shot, just playing it with the straight bat down the offside of straight for just for the two, and it takes him to the highest score in the innings now, 13. He's got, it's 35 for 5.
He allowed that delivery to come to him rather than chase, which is what Province have been doing all day long, which was why it's so impressive. And hopefully, from a Western Province Sports Western Province point of view, his innings can continue for a fair bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely brilliant from the Knights. Their bowling has been exactly where they wanted it to be. They've given Western Province the batters the opportunity to play at those deliveries outside the off stump, and the batters have, in the main, obliged. And just can see that in the fact that all 5 of the batters today have been out, caught behind either by the wicket keeper or at first slip, and you have to say it hasn't been the greatest batting performance from them. Langa, that's very nicely played by Mpongwana to get off the mark down to the long boundary on the offside for the right-hander, and he comes back for 3. That'll be him off the mark. Langa just very nicely played that one, short of a length. He got back up, stood up very, very nicely, and played it out with a straight bat, a straight back foot drive out into the offside for 3, and it's now 38 for 5.
He didn't push it. He again allowed the ball to come to him and found the gap, and very nicely played. Very, very impressive shot.
Yeah, it's Anyaku now face up to Langa. He's got to be careful. This one out, if he's given one outside the off stump here. And he plays at that. Hands above the head from the first slip, Aaron Pangiso. He took a good catch in Langa's last over to see the back of Oliver Whitehead. The resistance from the young man failing at the end. He'd gone scoreless for quite some time. In fact, in that partnership with Onkan Yaku, which lasted for 8 overs and 1 ball, he was completely scoreless in that partnership. So just looking, searching perhaps for a scoring shot outside the off stump, and it just got the edge to that, to the first slip. Langa's still angling this one nicely into the right-hander. Yeah, well left by Nyaku. Through to Kluter behind. He's taken 4 catches today. Has been really all the Knights, you have to say. It's been a great performance from them, just in terms of line and length bowling, which is exactly what you need to do here at World Sports Betting Newlands.
Indeed, and they've been on the money pretty much from ball 1, because Tian Van Vuuren in those first couple of overs of Western Province innings was superb, and they've been, as you say, on the money throughout this innings so far, and Dan Peters worked the bowling changes also very, very well.
Yeah, and that one is nicely lent on by Onkanyaku, and they'll come through for 2. Again, he played that with nice soft hands, just lent on it outside the off stump into the covers, and they'll get through for a couple. And
then of course Langa bowls a half volley.
Yeah,
absolutely, just design. Perfect.
Yeah, I think he played that one quite well, and Yaku, he didn't go at it too hard and just found the gap in the cover. There is a gap there between point and extra cover. Just into that gap, Snyman and Dikhali chasing it. Oh, and that is an absolute beauty from Sitembele Langa. It's moved prodigiously past the outside outside the pads of Onkenyako as he leaves that one alone. My goodness, he's making that ball talk is Langer with that delivery. And if you're getting that kind of movement as a pacer, why would you bring on Aaron Pangiso?
Nyaku might fire that under good leave, but
Yeah.
because of what happened,
He'll be,
it cannot be.
no, he'll be looking at playing the next one, won't he? And that's the joy of this from a bowling point of view. He's not going to leave the next one, and he doesn't. Fortunately for him, he gets a solid amount of wood on that, because of that cannoned into the pads. I'm sure you would have heard the choir from the Knights, and it's 40 for 5 after 24 overs. Western Province having won the toss today and elected to bat, and it has been a procession for them, you have to say. First man to go, John O'Bird, caught behind by Klutter off Van Vuren for 1. Second man to go, that was 2 for 1, 8 for 2, and Eddie Moore was caught behind by Klutter off Langer for 1, slashing at 1 outside the off stump. Third wicket to go down was Daniel Smith, caught behind by Klutter off the bowling of Van Vuren. Once again, just that was a very good delivery, just squared him up, took the outside edge through to Klutter without scoring. Score was 9 for 3, 22 for 4 when Juan James was also caught by Klutter off the bowling of Saboto. Ball that he probably could have left outside the off stump, but just almost lunged at it outside the off stump, was caught behind for 8. And then finally Oliver Whitehead on debut, caught by Aaron Pangiso at first slip off the bowling of Langer for 12. It was 33 for 5. And it's going to be Hlali Mpongwana to face up to Tian Van Vuren for the first time. It's going to be an interesting battle, this, Tim.
I'm expecting the short ball at some point.
Yeah. And that is just too high, you feel, wrapping him on the pads. The bowler was not interested at all in that one.
And pitching outside leg as well, I
really
suspect.
was. Yeah.
But Mpongwana did not look comfortable all the same.
No, it's going to be a battle for him. Yeah, he looked good playing that shot that got him off the mark, and that 3 that he scored through the offside. He'll need to be careful with these 3 slips still waiting for that edge. That one once again only really interest from behind the wicket, as you said, Tim, probably pitching outside the line of leg stump, and that's indicated there, I think, by umpire Abdullah Steenkamp. So he's beaten him twice there, not being able to get bat on ball, and that one you felt was like a half volley on the leg stump. And he maybe would have wanted to have put that one away. He's got to be very watchful here.
And that extra bit of pace makes all the difference in the world. We saw it of Joe van Dijk in the Knights' first game of the season. We're seeing it now.
He's in behind that one nicely this time. Mpongwana straight back to the bowler. And it's not just about batting time here for the World Sports Betting Western Province. The important thing for them as well is they do have to try and keep that strike rotating, to try and get runs if there are runs on offer. At the moment, batting at only 1.6 runs to the over, and so 40 for 5. So yes, making sure that you survive is important, but as we saw with Oliver White's survival also comes at a cost sometimes. That's a wayward delivery down the leg side.
And as you lose wickets, it then becomes about, okay, let's score as many runs as we can. It transfers from see out the danger period to let's see how many runs we can score.
Yeah. And ball's still doing a little bit. It's 24 overs and 4 balls old. It's they've been able to keep it nice and fresh. It hasn't been, as I say, pummeled to all parts of the ground. They've really been able to look after this ball and still doing something. That's nicely played into the gap in the legs on the leg side by Mpongwana, and they go through for the single. Saboto coming around from mid-on to field. 41 for 5. And it's you have to say, though, for Western Province, it's a familiar story. for this season. Just that top order not being able to get amongst the runs, and it is something that, I mean, Coach Salih Nakadin, he does have a whole lot of youngsters in this team, a lot of players with very little experience, and that's why, as you were saying, Tim, earlier on, it makes that shot from Eddie Moore even more of a challenge to understand. Yes. That's beautifully played by Nyaku. It's over-pitched from Van Vuuren. It's not going to go to the boundary, but they may turn for 3. No, they're not going to turn for 3. It's just a 2 for Nyaku, and that ends the Tian Van Vuuren over. It's 43 for 5 after 25. It's Nyaku on 17 and Pongwana on 4.
The plan for Van Vuuren is very clear to see, though. Time will tell whether it will work. He's looking to get both batsmen, not just Pongwana, both batsmen, LBW or bowled with a fuller delivery. Softening them up with a shorter delivery as the over progresses, and then finishing the over with a fuller delivery, coming back in to the right-hander, trying to get them particularly LBW and bowled, which is what his plan is, which is good to see.
Yeah, he's got certainly does possess that delivery. We've seen that will be the one that almost the inducker, as we'll call it, into the right-hander, and left arm over the wicket bowler. He's got the ability to do that. So it's Langa again now to Mpongwana. He plays that one very nicely out to the mid-off region. Dane Pitt does well to come across to his left and dives and fields that. And they go through for the single. He just manages to parry it, but prevents what would have been a certain boundary from Mpongwana. He didn't get all of it, Mpongwana, but he got enough on that it would have probably raced away on this beautiful outfield here at Newlands, World Sports Betting Newlands. We've gone through to the boundary.
His form at home is bringing out the best in Dane Pitt as captain so far.
Yeah, most certainly. And the man who's graced this ground many a time. That's nicely forward by Nyaku. Down to Siboto at mid-on. Yeah, so you've got Nyaku now on 17. And he got that off 45 deliveries. He's been there a while. He's came in with the loss of the 4th wicket after in the 14th over. So very important for him that he's got a job to do here for his team, to bat as long as he possibly can. And Mhlali Mpongwana at the other end, he does have that experience in Zimbabwe, as I said, of batting, getting that 100 there, so he has got that experience quite recently. That's beautifully played down the ground. That is too full from Langa. That is going to go to the boundary. Malusi Siboto gives that one up, and that is an excellent shot from Onke Nyaku down to the boundary. Lovely to see. An on drive, always a glorious shot to look at.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the delivery. Perhaps a fraction full, but again, he's also looking for the LBW, bringing the ball back into the right-hander. But a lovely piece of driving from Nyaku, and he's looking better and better as his inning progresses.
Now he's going to slash it one wide outside the off stump, of course. Commentator's curse always does that, but he's nicely in behind that one, and it's into the cover. Jacques Snyman is doing duty at extra cover, and he's shining that ball on his whites, which are soon going to become like a lighter shade of probably pink with the red from the cherry, the kookaburra, and Nyaku into the 20s with that shot. It's 48 for 5, World Sports Betting Western Province, and this now is the highest partnership of the innings, 15. These two have put on. And he does get the one wide outside the off stump, and he just covers it with the bat. Doesn't go for the big booming drive, which we saw Oliver Whitehead go for when he was caught at first slip. You have to feel for the young man. He had been out there for quite some time, but he'd got stranded on 12 and not been able to get anything away. Everything was outside the off stump. He was defending well. The first shot he played in anger, he just got the edge through to Pangiso, regulation catch for the experienced campaigner.
Just on that bit about the partnership, when you get scores like this, there's always a partnership somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
Very seldom does a team like this just fold for 30 so say.
Yeah, they shouldn't, should they?
There's always some kind of partnership somewhere. So from a Ward Sports Betting province point of view, they'll hope they are going to be a couple of those, but they hope that this will be one of those partnerships that gets to some kind of semblance of a total.
And you see that at Newlands. It is, as you say, Tim, it's quite regular. It is the odd occasion that it'll happen, as has happened to Australia and to South Africa in that famous Test match when South Africa were bowled out for 96 and then they bowled Australia out, I think, for 47. It can happen, but the chances are, as they were in the previous match here, where eventually it was World Sports Betting Western Province got a very, very good total in the first innings after being 33 for 5. That's beautifully played by Mhlali Mpongwana, over-pitched from Tiaan van Vuuren, and he just drives that one, stands up and just, he actually goes forward to the ball, just drives the over-pitched delivery straight back past the bowler, and that is the 50 for Western Province now coming up with that boundary, and it is 52 for the loss of 5, and that coming after 26 overs and 1 ball.
That's what happens when the ball doesn't come in like you want from a Tiaan van Vuuren point of view. It just sits up and it just becomes a half volley, but still beautifully driven.
He's in nicely behind the next one from Van Vuuren, but that will certainly, you would think, make Mhlali Mpongwana feel a lot better. And just with him attacking the stumps like he is, Van Vuuren, it's you just feel that he's at this stage maybe that the slips are not necessarily as much in play. If he was going to be dangling that one on a fullish length outside the off stump, but he's searching, isn't he? Searching for that ball that's going to be clattering into the pads. And that one again is too straight and just played nicely down to long leg to Langer, and they go through for a single.
I think he's decided to put the short ball away, and fair enough, it hasn't worked today on this pitch at all. We've seen a couple and they just haven't set up. No. But I'd like to think from his point of view that you are still going to dangle that ball in that fourth stump channel from time to time, and allow those slips to come into play.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think he should be looking at least a couple of deliveries every over, trying to angle it across the right-hander. He does that on this occasion, and that's nicely played by Nyaku, with economy of foot movement there. Really, just played that one nicely out into the offside. He was given a little bit of width there, not enough. Didn't manage to get it past. I think it's the captain there at extra cover, Dane Pitt. So we've still got the 3 slips, almost a second. I'd say what? It's almost a 1.5 third and fifth slip, and got the fielder at point. Now thinking of making a change to. Going to bring a short extra cover catching, a short mid-off catching. And still got the extra cover, more a straightish extra cover, and the man at point. So it's still 6-3 offside leg side field.
That was good. That was a good length from Van Vuuren. and a decent line, but there was the length that was most impressive. Just keeping that in between and allowing the batter to make up the decision rather than giving him a really full ball to drive.
Yeah, let's see, just the one ball left in the 27th over. And that's played off the inside half of the bat into the cover region, into the square leg region, and he comes through for two. That's good running by these two. And Yaku decided quite early with Jacques Sneeman. They chose their fielder well there, chasing that one into the square leg region, and he comes through for two, takes him to 23. Ponguana's on 10. It's 55 for 5. It's all the fives. It's a bit like a Hollywood telephone number. 5-5, 55 for 5, 555. After 27 overs, just increasing the run rate now to 2. The run rate achieved is just over 2 to the over, and we have got about half an hour until the scheduled tea break, which we're going to be taking at 3:30 this afternoon, and then it will be from 10 to 4. We'll be playing all the way up until at least 6 p.m. this evening as going to be close of play. And looking at the weather outside here, I don't think light is going to be a factor for us with that. It stays light here in the Cape till quite late at this time of the year. And so it's Langer once again away from us at the Weinberg end. Ponguana's in behind it very nicely.
Doesn't have the same penetration that Van Vuren has, so it's much easier for Ponguana to get in behind it, and having that extra split second and a half or so does make it much easier for the batter.
As you say, it just really does help to be able to get in behind that. Or it's in the air and just to the left of Forrester at that mid-wicket position. Just maybe the ball just slightly stopped on him a little bit there as he came forward. Just popped it up in the air. He's doing a bit of gardening now. I think he's going to be doing a bit of gardening. No? Yeah, maybe. Just looking at where that one pitched.
Talking about the lack of pace, when you have the lack of pace, you don't want to do what Ponguana did there and force the issue.
Yeah, he got to the ball a little bit too early, just popped it up. He plays that beautifully through the covers, and that is an excellent shot from Mhlali Ponguana. I'd say probably the shot of the day so far. And yes, he didn't really have too much foot movement out towards the ball. And look at it again, he just plants the front foot down the pitch. But it was there on the up to hit, and he's a tall man. And he gets down and he just caresses it through the offside down to the boundary in front of the railway stand, and he moves to 14 with that shot. I think it's his second boundary. Mhlali Ponguana first the push down or the drive down, just on drive or straight of the previous over from Tiaan van Vuren. He's just got to be careful. There are those 2 slips and the 4th slip waiting behind there still. This time it's straying down the leg side, and he kicks the turf there, doesn't Ponguana? He knows he's missed out there on that one. It is the short boundary down to the leg side for the batter who's batting at the Kelvin Grove end, so facing from the Weinberg end. It's a short boundary there, Tim.
And he also put his glove up towards the square leg umpire, apologising.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that is. You're allowed a moment of frustration.
Yeah, I think so. It wasn't like he
wasn't
threw
pitch.
his bat down. No. He just kicked the dust. He needs to forget about that now. But yeah, he's a kind soul, Mhlali Ponguana. Very competitive, but he is one of the nicest people you could possibly hope to meet, and really an asset for this Western Province team. Spent some time last season with the Proteas, and the Proteas setup was selected in this Proteas squad that played against India in a couple of those one-day internationals. Didn't make his debut though for South Africa as yet.
You suspect it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
But you don't want that to come too soon. You want you want him to develop his game at Province and put that talent and put it into the stats. Because the stats are telling him right now, I'm not where I need to be.
No. I mean, certainly if you look at it from a first-class level, it certainly looks like that. If you look at his performances that he put in the T20 challenge, he certainly was very good with the ball in there. Perhaps not so much with the bat. Perhaps he would have wanted better with the bat, but his List A numbers are very good from a batting point of view, and he certainly does have a bit of a golden arm with the ball. He's been very effective as well. I mean, the 4-day games that he has played. As we see a bowling change, is the very experienced Aaron Pangiso, 2,010 overs in first-class cricket, 92 matches, an average of 35.3, 3.1 his economy rate, 176 wickets that he's taken, best of 6 for 77 for Gauteng against KwaZulu-Natal Inland in Pietermaritzburg in 2010, 2011. It's been around for a while. Perhaps you think would have played a few more not one-day games, a few more first-class games, but very much performer in the shorter format of the game, as he's going to be bowling to Onko Nyaku. Nyaku's just back to that one, and it's interesting to see how he's going to play.
Just what you said, I would have thought Pangiso would have played more 4-day cricket, but he hasn't played an awful lot since we've been restructured.
Yeah, he's played a lot of the shorter format of the game. And that's a very nice sweep. He looked and he picked the length early, and Yaku plays that down to a fine leg area and takes 2. So just needs to be a little bit careful playing against the spin if there is anything on offer.
Interestingly, he is the most economical bowler in the 4-day competition at the moment.
Yeah.
So he's very accurate with his experience.
He certainly was very effective in that match against Gold Rush Boland. Picked up some key wickets in that game. He may not have been the top wicket taker that went to Johan van Dijk, but he was very much in and around where he needed to be. He's number 9 in terms of the averages, and the 9 wickets he's taken so far in the 4 games. So as I say, perhaps not as many wickets as you would have expected him to have taken, but you were talking about his economy rate, run per over of 2.2, which is outstanding. And he's a very experienced campaigner. He certainly knows as well how to set the batter up. He knows he's got a pretty good arm ball as well that he bowls, as well as the one that is standard delivery. It's supposed to spin away from the right-hander. Just pads up, lets that one go outside the off stump. Yaku is taken the 2 off this over so far. He's moved to 25 from going on 14. 28 the partnership for the 6th wicket. Just gets forward nicely and defends that. It's the end of the over. Pangiso just 2 conceded off that. 61 for 5 after 29 overs. So 20 minutes until we have the tea break here at World Sports Betting Newlands. And I wonder if we going to see anything of Dane Pete at all. Probably not before tea. Pangiso from one end. Looks like Langer's going to be continuing from the Weinberg end.
There's no harm in having spin for both ends right at the end, because it's been a very long session.
Yeah.
And and it's quite hard to ask the pace bowlers to keep bowling when we're touching onto a 3-hour session here.
Yeah, very long, as you say, very long. It's a 2 hour 45-minute session. They've all been putting in some yards here. Langer into his 10th over now. Tian van Veeren's bowled 9, and just Forrester and Saboto, the change bowlers, 5 each. So probably think this may be Langer's last over of this spell. He bowled 5 in his first spell, 1 for 5. And solidly in behind that one, Mpongwana posing for the non-existent cameraman that's here. That isn't here, sorry. So if a non-existent cameraman isn't here, does that mean that he is here? Is that a double negative?
Yes.
Yes, there we go. So yeah, we have at the moment taking place in Cape Town is the Sevens tournament, the Rugby Sevens, and that is certainly a huge event here every year in Cape Town. Langer's away from us now. And just down the leg side, and you feel he missed out again there, Mpongwana. Just the last thing you'd want from a Western Province point of view is to get a bit of a strangle down the leg side. As we see Malusi Saboto doing some limbering up here at mid-on, down to our right.
It's that in-between period where the Knights need a break to refresh and come up with different ideas, and Province do not want to lose a wicket the next 18 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. They don't. They want these two to keep going. And they have been able to in the what is now 8 overs that they have been together, and they've put together a partnership of 28, so they are batting at 3.5 runs to the over, these two. So it has been an increase, certainly a big increase in the scoring rate, batting at just over 2 runs to the over now. But the important thing, as you say, Tim, is they've got to stay there from a Western Province point of view. The Knights would be desperately looking for another breakthrough before that tea interval. Oh, certainly the shot was there to be played, but I think his foot wasn't in the right position at all there. It was almost planted down the wicket, and he was reaching for the full toss there outside the off stump. And at the end, I think Jean Kluter does very well to get across to his left. It moved a bit in the air after it went past the bat, and a bit of a strange occurrence there with that one.
It's almost as if the batter yorked himself rather than be yorked.
Yeah, absolutely. Was lucky for him, quite wide outside the off stump. That's beautifully played through the covers. That's an excellent shot again from Mtlali Mpongwana, and it hits the boundary and goes for another 4 to him. And he's played that shot now twice, and he's played the one drive straight of mid-on from the other end. He's played 2 beautiful cover drives now at this end of Langer, and that was equally as good as the first one he played.
One thing it's certainly done with this positive approach from Mpongwana is it's made the Knights think.
Yeah.
They've now taken a slip fielder out of there, and it's much more of a conventional field in terms of around the circle.
And we see the first no ball of the day signalled by umpire Philip Vossler, and it is Langer, the first player to overstep today, just being shown there. And that is in fact the first extra of the innings, and you have to say it's been an incredibly disciplined performance from the Knights so far, and that is now the first extra on the board, the first no ball. So he's going to have to bowl that one again, the last delivery of the over coming up. We have 30 overs that have been bowled in this session, should I say. That's very nicely played into the leg side, and Forrester at that shortish mid-wicket.
Whether they can get to there will be another thing.
The surface, what it looks like is that it should get better and better for batting, actually, as that's played out into the covers fielded by Dikhali, and there is no run. So now have got protection out at both long off and at deep extra or deep cover, should I say. So they are, if that is outside the offside, they're giving the run to Onyaku through the offside. And they've still got the man, that's Jacques Snyman, who just fielded that at that shortish, sort of, it's not really an extra cover position, is it? It's more a shortish wide mid-off. It's a catching position, the man at short mid-wicket in a sort of semi-catching position. Again, Snyman fields. So there's nobody backward. There's only the man at a very sort of just off the boundary, about 15 metres off the boundary at long leg. So the sweep shot or the paddle to the leg side is certainly on if he's going to look at that. And that is, doesn't get all of that. He tries to drive it through the offside. Comes off the outside half of the bat down to Forrester at backward point.
But Naku and Mopakwana are very conventional batters. They don't tend to play paddles or reverses.
Daniel Smith was there, you'd say it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It'd be different story.
Again, nicely fielded by Snyman at shortish extra cover position. Yeah, no, you're right. They're not that type of player necessarily.
They like to score through the V.
Yeah.
That's what they try to do.
And I think that in the situation in which they're finding themselves at the moment, that isn't a bad thing.
Yeah.
Because it's really around playing, as you say, conventional cricket. And he does rock back at that one that's slightly shorter of a length from Aaron Pangiso and takes the single. And Yaku, he'll keep the strike at the end of the 31st at 67 for 5.
I've certainly seen Mopakwana try to play things like the lap in the T20 competition, and I think that's just not you.
Yeah.
I get it, it's white ball, but that's just not your game.
No.
He needs to use his reach
Yes.
far more.
Yeah.
So get to the pitch, play over extra cover, play straight, play over long on. Those are his strengths. That's when he's best, when he's trying to hit in front of him, not behind him.
And as you say, the more that he's got that sort of classic batting style, he is able to, as you're indicating, is able to use his reach, and he has been known to play the ball over deep mid-wicket, and he's able to play that shot. I saw him play that a couple of times in an excellent 96 that he scored against what was on Gold Rush Bullets, then was the Rocks 2 seasons ago. He scored a 96 in a one-day game there against the Boerland team. So Malusi Soboto is going to be replacing Langa from the Weinberg end. And nicely in behind that one, Onyaku. He's done the hard work here, Onyaku. He's 10 minutes away from T. Came to the crease as number 6. He came to the crease and scored 22 for 4. Now 67 for the loss of 5. And he's going to need to just keep batting for as long as possible here. Both of these two, if Western Province are going to get to a decent total. Nicely in behind that. And now the ball 31 overs old, so not too much movement on offer, if anything, for the fast bowlers. We were seeing something from Langer, though, in his spell.
Certainly, we certainly were. Be interesting to see what game plan Sporto comes up with. I think a similar game plan out of the off stump would be a smart move, particularly to Mopakwana.
Yes, definitely. You want to just get him in nice and straight early on, and then just keep moving him a little bit more and a little bit wider until he's then at the point where he is going to try and play at you outside that off stump. Pitch him, give him one pitched up. You don't mind if he's going to hit a boundary through the offside necessarily. I mean, he's done that twice already, but he always will run the risk if it is particularly wide that it's going to be an edge. And, just in not really in behind that one necessarily. And Yaku, he just does move his foot down the wicket, but not necessarily unless he's, especially for the ball that's like shorter of a length, he tends to sort of put his foot down the wicket and then defend it from that position, sort of standing up with that ball that's slightly back of a length. But he's not playing with hard hands at all.
No, certainly not. And that's the right way to go.
Yeah, and that one is nicely tickled into the leg side. It's just going to be a single. Just straying there, getting a bit too straight, Malusi Soboto. And Yaku will he keep the strike? We don't know. There's still one ball left in the over from Soboto. And from Pongwana, got two slips. They've got Pangiso at first, and looks like that looks like Tian van Vuren, is it? At a fourth slip. It's a point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square on the boundary and a long leg on the boundary. So is he going to put one in short? No. And he's not, just defended by Mpongwana, and the end of the 32nd, 68 for 5. Yeah, so nothing really happening there from Malusi Soboto in that over. And just a reminder that the South African women are playing in a multi-format series against the England women at the moment. And please don't forget that tomorrow at 10 a.m, if you are in and around Durban, please, it'd be wonderful to see you there at Kingsmead for the Black Day. It is the game in support of the movement against gender-based violence.
Pangiso comes in and it's driven on the leg side, and there's no run.
And the Black Day, there, the second Black Day taking place at Kingsmead tomorrow, and a really important cause that it is highlighting there in terms of that match there, and we look forward to your support for that.
This one is driven and inside edge, very a little bit fortunate from Yaku. Good piece of bowling, a bit flatter and a bit faster from Pangiso.
And yeah, good. They tried to drive that one through the offside. We'll give you more information at the end of this over about the women's series. He cuts that beautifully out into the point region, and that's Malusi Soboto on the boundary out there. He's getting some refreshment, I think, from the 12th man out there on the boundary. It's a short boundary out there on the legs, on the offside for the right-hander. Some Pongwana, I think he's going to be facing up to Pangiso for the first time here. And just 5 minutes to go before the tea break here at World Sports Betting Newlands. Nicely driven to Snyman, who doesn't manage to field that and just bounces off his hands to the man who comes in from long on and does the fielding. That's Tian van Vuren, and they take a single. Just wasn't able to get the hands around that one, Snyman.
Wonder when the arm ball is going to come.
Yeah, I think it is going to come at some stage, definitely, from Pangiso.
Both batters are happy to cut and drive on the offside, so
absolutely. And that's with the spin. He does it again. It's fullish of length, and he just guides it out to Soboto on that, just in from that cover boundary for another single. And that's another 1-2. And Yaku, last ball of the over now from Pangiso. And we may have just the one over left before tea. Oh, and he plays that one off the back foot, misses, goes through to Klutter behind the stumps, and survives, does Mpongwana. Dangerous playing back to Aaron Pangiso on that length. And so just to remind you again about the series against England, so it's the Black Day tomorrow, 10 a.m. in the morning, that start for that one-day international, and then on Wednesday the 11th of December at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, the final match in that one-day international series. South Africa have a 1-0 lead in that series after their victory in Kimberley on Wednesday this last week, and then the 4-day test between South Africa and women and England women at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein between the 15th and the 18th of December, which will end the multi-format tour that England have been playing here in South Africa. England winning the T20 series 3-0, and South Africa 1 up in the one-day international series. And Malusi Soboto is going to be bowling once again here from the Wynberg end of the ground, probably the last over before tea. And that's one of the first short deliveries we've seen. It goes over the head of the batter and Yaku, and signalled by umpire Foster as 1 for the over. It's a bit of a surprise that he bowled that one.
It was like the beginning of his spell. It was a real looser.
He does have a man out on the boundary at deep square. He's got a man at long leg. But I don't know if Nyaku is going to take that short delivery on. That's fuller of length, just on a length, probably just comes forward and defends very nicely out into the leg side. And that's what he's going to want to do. Just needs to see through this over. 4 balls left in the over, and they'll go in at tea time. It'll give a chance for the bowlers to have a little bit of a rest for 20 minutes. It certainly, I'm sure, has been warm work out there. Not much of a wind today here at Newlands. It's a beautiful day here in the Western Cape. And he just goes back and just plays that out into the offside.
I think both teams will be happy with the tea break.
Yeah.
For the reasons you point out. It's been a long spell, a long session. Both teams worked exceptionally hard. Both teams will be reasonably happy with where they are. Province, because of where they started, will be, at least they've made a partnership. They've had this partnership. They've got something to work with, and they can see that there's not any gremlins at this pitch.
No, it's couldn't agree with you more, Tim. I think the important thing now, with just the 2 balls left and the scoreboard clock is on 15:29, should expect they might do a little bit of gardening perhaps after this delivery. If he's looking up at the clock, maybe it'll be, it has clocked over to 15:30, so that one's just guided down into the gully, and it's well fielded there by, I think it's Tian van Vuren, is it? Yes, it is, at gully. And, oh no, it's not, he's on the boundary there at long leg. It was Patrick Botha in there at second slip. It's more like a 4th slip position. So they will go into tea after this if it is a legal delivery. And Western Province having been 33 for 5 at the moment now, 71 for 5. And that's in nicely behind that is Onka Nyaku, and that will be tea, gentlemen, called by umpire Philip Vosloo. They'll take the bells off, and they will go in to tea now at 3:30. It is 71 for 5 Western Province. Just to remind you that it was at one stage 33 for 5, was 2 for 1, 8 for 2, 9 for 3, 22 for 4, and 33 for 5. Partnership with 38 between Mpongwana and Nyaku, and some excellent bowling from the Knights. 2 wickets each from Langer and Van Vuren, and 1 from Soboto. And we'll be back with you in about 15 to 20 minutes time for the final session of the day. Okay.
welcome back to World Sports Bet Western Province, where they are 71 for 5. Much needed partnership between Mapamquana and Onkanyaku, and Aaron Pankiso is going to open the bowling at the Carbon Grove end to start the last session of the day. This one is a nice faster delivery, but Mapamquana is to it, and there's no run.
Yeah, still 40 overs left in the day, but it's unlikely we're going to get those in 2 hours and 10 minutes that we'll be playing still this evening.
Similar setup there. This one slightly more driven by Mapamquana, but still no run. 71 for 5. Pangiso in again. This one fuller and flatter again. Again, Mapamquana comes forward. Not committing to the back foot, which is good from his point of view. This one driven, thick edge to first slip. He has a second grab to try and gather himself, and is unable to hold on to it. Have a look at the visuals again. Full drive from Mapamquana, and first slip has a couple of goes at it. Diving to his right, it's Patrick Porter, and is unable to hold on. So a lifeline for Mapamquana.
Great attempt there from Patrick Porter. Got his hand to it, popped it up, and he just wasn't able to hang on. So both of these batters now have had a life, and Yaku dropped when he was on 1 by Dane Pete, and now Mapamquana dropped by Porter. And that does get the outer half of the bat again, as he's down the wicket to Pangiso. Sorry.
Pangiso finding a nice line of length, getting himself into rhythm, and Mapamquana having to think about his shot making as he faces the wily spinner. Mapamquana in again. This one a bit flatter this time, and Mapamquana gets in behind it from Pangiso. End of the over, 71 for 5, and we've had 35 overs. Onkanyaku is on 29, and Mapamquana is on 19.
Yeah, big opportunity in that over for the Knights to make a breakthrough immediately after the tea break. That would have been a huge blow, you feel, for World Sports Betting Western Province. And it is that wily old campaigner, Aaron Pangiso. He's got him driving outside the off stump. And it may not be that much purchase on the surface, but just a false shot and nearly held on to by Patrick Porter. Sharp chance, it must be said, but they count. He juggled with that one a little bit, and unfortunately for him, it went down. And as we say, both of these batters now having given a life. And at 71 for 5, going to be 71 for 6, you just feel a breakthrough straight after the tea break, bringing Carl Simmons in to bat straight away. Not what World Sports Betting Western Province would have wanted. Mapamquana very fortunate there.
Sabato comes in for the Weinberg end. Foolish delivery out to the off stump. Nyaku gets to the pitch, the delivery, blocks it on the offside, no run. Yes, Patrick's drop was a lot more difficult than Dane Pete's. Dane Pete's was regulation, and 9 times out of 10 he takes that. Patrick Porter's, it's difficult, but gettable.
Yeah, it was indeed.
This delivery, this one squirted on the leg side, but on Onkanyaku, no timing in it, and straight to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, so I'm sure the talk in the dressing room at the tea break would have been, from a Knight's point of view, would have been, okay, let's just we'll stick to our disciplines. Let's just keep it going, see if we can get the breakthrough as soon as we can after tea.
Saboto, fuller delivery, but too straight, too much on the leg side, and it's an easy single for Nyaku. Thinks about a second for a moment, but decides against it.
Yeah, wisely so. Was picked up very quickly out there in the deep. Got both Tian van Vuren at long leg and Dean Forrester out on the deep square boundary, and they Forrester around very quickly to field that one. And for Western Province, World Sports Betting Western Province, for these two batting, it would have been, they just need to keep it going, keep that partnership going, keep it growing, not give anything away if they possibly can. And Mpongwana, you feel both of these two, Mpongwana and Nyaku, need to build big innings here.
Saboto in again. This one is driven on the offside. Good dive from mid-off. Captain Dane Pete.
And he's got a little bit of a bandage, hasn't he, on that left hand of his that he, I think, damaged when that drop catch did go down. Luckily not in his... he did make some really good ground off to the left.
Yeah, definitely saved at least a couple as they scattered through for a single.
Mpongwana does look good when he's coming forward and playing forward at those deliveries and through the offside.
Short ball from Saboto, easily dealt with by Mpongwana for a single. Oh,
Yeah.
Nyaku. Apologies, Nyaku.
Yeah, that's not really a dangerous short ball for him at all there. Able to roll the wrist nicely over that one, Onko Nyaku. As I said, Manu came off, he's coming off 230s in that game against the Lions, which Western Province did lose.
Once again, Saboto comes in. Another bounce at delivery. Mpongwana, despite being so tall, gets underneath it very easily, and they run. The end of the 36th, the World Sports Betting Western Province are 74 for 5. Nyaku on 31. Mpongwana is on 20.
And Mpongwana punctuated that 20 with a couple of really nice cover drives and one drive straight down the ground for 4. Nyaku has been very defensive in a lot of the innings that he played so far. That 31 off 83 deliveries now. And he has played some nice shots as well, and he does need to stay there. And the number 6 for World Sports Betting Western Province.
This one down the leg side by Ponkiso. Again, they think about a single, but Clutie, the wicketkeeper, got to the ball very quickly to make sure that there was no single taken by Province.
And they've given Onko Nyaku the opportunity to bat now in the top 6, and he did bowl quite a bit in that match as well at the Wanderers.
This one is step back inside and back drive on the offside by Nyaku, and they go through for a single.
With the return of Captain Björn Hendricks from his hamstring injury, he is probably not going to be required to bowl as much as he did in that match against the Lions. Will be needed at the batting crease, and he's showing that at the moment. That's exactly what he needs to be batting out there for a long time.
Ponkiso bowling beautifully here, getting a nice shape on the deliveries. Mpongwana all the same, getting to the pitch, making sure that his reach is counting.
Yeah, very tall man, Mhlali Mpongwana.
This delivery is nicely driven on the offside, but Mpongwana behind square on the offside, and they are able to go through for a single.
So we certainly did see Tim towards the end of that session, the elongated afternoon session, we did see that the ball not doing as much for the seamers, for the Knights.
This one worked on the leg side to the man in the mid wicket by Uncle Nyaku, no run. It's not flat, but there's something there with the bowlers,
Yeah.
but it's becoming less and less as the day goes on. Once again, this one driven by Uncle Nyaku to the man on the mid-off boundary, nicely, and they go through for a single. At the end of that over, it's 77 for 5, and Uncle Nyaku is on 33, Mpangwana on 21.
Yeah, it's good over there, you feel, from a Western Province point of view, just making sure that they're rotating the strike and getting 3 runs off the Pangiso over, and that really all they need to be doing is making sure they're playing no risk cricket, or little risk as possible, working the percentages and making sure they don't give anything away. And no doubt that would have been the discussion at tea time, would have been to say, just, okay, go out there, play your game, but don't give anything away. We really can't afford to lose another clutch of wickets like may have been done, like they have done in the first sort of 20 overs. And these two have been batting now for nearly 16 overs. It's 15 overs and 2 balls. These two have had the partnership.
Sabotu comes in, that's well left by Uncle Nyaku. It was wide, but it was that sort of that line that the top order have struggled to deal with from a province point of view, where they felt like they needed to go out and fish. Uncle Nyaku has decided, no, I'm staying on land today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to throw that line out there. He's certainly not.
This one, he gets in nicely behind it. It's much straighter from Saboto, and well dealt with by Uncle Nyaku.
Yeah, and it's been in this second spell from Saboto. Maybe in the first spell there was just that little bit of movement. I mean, he's into his 4th over now in his second spell. He's been very much straight. He's getting it to perhaps go angle into the right-hander.
This one back of a leg from Saboto, and Uncle Nyaku gets in behind it, and mid-wicket races in to stop the single, and there's no run.
It's showing, it really is looking like a typical Newlands wicket now. I mean, there was something on offer, always something on offer in the Newlands wicket for a bowler when you first come out and bowl with the new ball. It just wasn't very well dealt with by the top order of Western Province today.
This was a fuller delivery by Saboto. It's beautifully driven by Uncle Nyaku, but a good piece of fielding once again from Dane Pete. He has had a lot of work to do at that mid-off region, has Dane Pete, but he's done it well.
And as you were saying earlier, Tim, these two very much playing in the V, which is good to see. It's important at this stage that they do play down the ground. They limit the risk shots as much as possible.
Back of a leg from Saboto, and once again goes straight to mid-wicket, and no run.
Rescue work being done here at the moment between Mpangwana and Nyaku. 44 they've put on for the 6th wicket for Western Province, after Western Province, for the 2nd game in a row in their first innings after having decided to bat at Newlands, found themselves 33 for 5.
Sports the last ball of the over. Defended on the offside by Uncle Nyaku. That's a maiden by Saboto. He's now got 1 for 7 in 9 overs, and Warren Sports betting Western Province are 77 for 5 after 38.
Aaron Pangiso is going to be continuing. I wonder how long it'll be before we see Dane Pete. Maybe maybe once Lucy Saboto's finished at this end.
It's like he doesn't want to bowl in tandem with Aaron, which I find a little bit strange.
Yeah, me too. I do think that if I have to look at the last few overs and just sort of assessing the threat from either of the bowlers, I think whilst Malusi Saboto has been very accurate and he hasn't given anything away, he doesn't look like he's necessarily going to be somebody that's going to be taking a wicket unless the batter makes a mistake.
This one is swept well by Ubomapungwana, and so well that it actually goes for a boundary. We haven't seen too many of those in the Warren Split Western Province innings so far. They move on to 81 for 5, and Mapungwana moves on to 25.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Mhlali Mpongwana. And we were saying he does sometimes play those shots. Not, I think he played that certainly on the length that he was given. Just angled it very nicely down the leg side.
This one forward to fence, solid, and there's the run. Sort of innings we know that he is capable of.
Yeah.
Very good piece of bowling there from Aaron Punky. So, nearly a commentator's curse. Nearly, very, just managed to get an inside edge onto his pad and trickled in front of him.
Yeah, you've got to be careful going back to Pangiso. That's better from.
Right, he comes forward, much better. Still score 81 for 5, but much better from Mapungwana, as you say. Much more definitive in his stroke making. And again, at this one, he's worked to the leg side, but wicket comes across quickly.
Yeah, I do think that I would have thought that perhaps that the Knights would have been a little bit more attacking in terms of with Pangisa. Maybe get somebody in under the helmet, close in on the offside.
This one again worked to the leg side and no run. That's the end of that over. It's still 81 for 5. Mapungwana on 25 and Onkonyaku is on 33. That Pangiso's bowled 6 overs now, nothing for 13.
Yeah, so keeping up with his economy rate that's been sitting at about 2.2 for the entire time of this 4-day series so far, and they've played 4 games, have the Knights. I think will be one of the only teams that will have played 5 games then before the halfway mark, or with the halfway mark before the 4-day season ends for the break at Christmas time and into the new year. Only going to be back again in March to finish off the 4-day series.
And Spotter comes in, and again, it's not threatening as you rightly point out. And Kodaku is forward, in behind it, doesn't look in too much trouble. As things stand, you do feel as if one way or another there needs to be a bowling change at this end, at the Weinberg end, whoever that may be, but a change is needed, certainly, by the looks of things. Sportu comes in and defended by Naku, no run.
Yeah, I think maybe after this over he'll take a break. It's his second spell of 5 overs. He's in his 5th over in this spell. It was broken by the tea break, but I think it's just really, he is doing a holding job. I don't think that the Western Province batters are going to be too concerned about the fact that they're not hitting a huge amount of runs. I think it's important that they don't get too concerned about that, because if they're going to try and create something, it's when we've seen that wickets potentially will fall. I mean, Sabota's been incredibly economical, but once again, I think the threat he did well to get that wicket of Sean James.
Sport in again. This one slightly towards the leg side because they brought in an extra man on the leg side, but easily dealt with by Nkunyaku. They've now got 3 on the ring on the leg side.
Yeah, he's wanting him to bowl it straight, and he's wanting to bowl wicket to wicket. I mean, it's a you miss, I hit type of situation. He needs to be doing that. He's got the field set exactly as you said, Tim. He's got the field set for that. He's still got the 2 slips there.
Sporter in again. This one goes short and very easily dealt with by Nkunyaku, and down to the man on the boundary on the leg side, and goes through for a single.
Yeah, he managed to get over the top of that one quite nicely, and Yaku. Short ball hasn't really been effective. That Sabota has tried a few of them, but they've either been way too short or just of a nice enough height that you're not going to get yourself in trouble trying to play that one. He's also not bowling with a huge amount of pace, Malusi Sabota. Probably what would say in about 120.
125
yeah,
max.
Maybe 120,
yeah.
125. So
Yeah.
not really with any pace. I mean, he's a seasoned campaigner. He's
Sporter in again. This one is wafted outside the off stump by Mpongwana. It was wide. It was a decent length for Sporter, but really not a good shot from Mpongwana.
No, that's very, very poor from Mpongwana there. You have to say, when you've got a situation, he's been given a life when he was dropped by Buerta off the bowling of Pangiso. He's got to make the most of this. Those are not the shots you want to be playing now. Came together, very valuable partnership, and could have been quite different for the Knights had Dane Pitt held on to that catch off Nkunyaku when he had just 1. The score was 23 for 4 at that stage. Would have been 20. So Whitehead's wicket.
Forward defence by Nkunyaku, and a new over by Pangiso. He'll have a few tricks at this over. This one is swept. It's too full really by Pangiso, and it goes down for 4. Down very, very fine. In fact, very fine. And no chance of the field of stopping that one, as the score moves on to 86 for 5, and Nkunyaku moves on to 38.
Yeah, a 50 partnership between these two comes up with that shot. 53 runs off 113 balls with 6 fours, and Mpongwana 25 of those, and Nyaku 27 with just the 1 extra. So it has been a very, very important partnership for the World Sports Betting Western Province. I keep saying very, very, don't I? So it has been an important partnership for them, and got them out of a situation where they were 33 for the loss of 5, now 86 for 5, and adding some kind of decency to the score at the moment. They've only done a little bit of the work that they need to do.
Pangiso in again, this one much quicker, and well played by Nkunyaku in the end. It's a nice back and across, and plays it decently.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything really on offer for Pangiso here.
Pangiso, this one is a bit fuller. It's driven on the offside, but extra cover stops it, and there is no run. Pangiso in again. This one give it a bit more air, and there's no run. He's changing his pace.
Yeah, he does. He does that a lot. Aaron Pangiso, very good at those changes of pace.
this one outside the off stump, but slower this time. Once again, Nkunyaku gets in behind it. And the end of that over, World Sports Betting Western Province are 86 for 5.
Yeah, it's just the four, but a good boundary off that over. And in fact, we have seen the end of Malusi Siboto, but it's going to be Sitembele Langa who's going to be coming in for his third spell. And his first spell, 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5. Second spell was 5 overs and 1 for 19. He's going to be coming in again from the Weinberg end. So asking his opening fast bowler to do quite a bit of work here today, Dane Pete. And Deanne Forrester, we've only seen 5 overs from him so far. So but Langa,
I don't think in terms of heat it's a problem.
No.
I don't think it's a particularly hot day, but in terms of the spell, I think it's quite tough. We've had long sessions.
Yeah, we have.
That's from that point of view. I think it's asking an awful lot of Langa to keep bowling.
Yeah, he's just doing his practice deliveries here to Malusi Siboto at mid-on. He has operated exclusively from this end. We've seen Tian van Vuren from the Kelvin Grove end, which is the end the left arm seamers do like the most.
As Langa comes in, and it's another no ball. Second one of the day. Quite pleasing that we haven't seen too many extras.
Yeah, it's been very good, hasn't it? I mean, they've just the second no ball, as you say, and only the second extra. So there's been nothing that has been too wide down the leg side, or nothing that's bothered Gian Klutter from a point of view of him having to let through any buys. Been nothing even off the pads, which is very interesting.
As Langa comes in, and this is defended on the offside by Mpongwana. 87 for 5 score.
Yeah, and it is another longish afternoon session, still another hour and virtually 45 minutes to go before the close of play tonight, and we will start again early tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And I say we're going to start again tomorrow. We were supposed to start at 9:30 this morning, but due to the wet outfield and one patch on the wicket, we weren't able to do that.
Langa comes in, this one's a bit shorter, and could be some bowling though, and there's no run.
Yeah, I must say, in terms of Pangisa when he's bowling, and just looking at, I do think, like you say, he does have the changes of pace. I'd like to see him try and just maybe give it a little bit more air. Give the batters the opportunity to maybe take him on and see, what happens. There is going to be a point at which they're going to get frustrated that they're not batting at a fast enough rate. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Lovely shot on the offside there, and I think it's just going to be stopped before the boundary, so they'll go through for 3. Score moves on to 90.
Very long boundary out to the area in front of the railway stand here at Newlands, and that one, I think what happened was it bounced a little bit, caught something on the edge of the square, and it didn't look like it had moved very cleanly across the ground. But another 3 very important runs for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Langa comes in, and he goes for the bouncer. Another wasted delivery, really, and easily dealt with Nkunyaku. Not interested in playing it any way whatsoever.
No, he doesn't need to be. He's been there already for 104 deliveries. He's not going to... I don't think he's going to be tempted. Where the ball is there to be hit, and it's in his area, he knows he can roll the wrists over. I think he probably will take the short ball on.
Langa comes in. This one's much fuller, driven well, but again, there's that man on the offside, Dane Pete. not wanting to bowl as things stand, but wanting to field the ball.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see him before the end of the day. It's still supposed to be 33 overs left in the day, an hour and, as far as we're aware, an hour and 40 minutes. I don't think they're playing until 6:30 tonight. We're playing until 6 o'clock.
Leo comes in, this one Fuller again, once more. This one driven toward mid-on, and it was no run. So, World Sports Betting Western Province on 90 for 5 after 42 overs.
And it's good to see we do have a few spectators in here taking advantage of the opportunity to come and watch cricket for free here, and all 4-day matches. As we see, Sitembele Langa is just coming off the field for a short while. He's been replaced. We've got a substitute fielder on, and that is Mpungose. He's coming onto the field for Langa. Maybe just going to have a bit of a quick break and then be back on the field, perhaps to complete his next over. Pangisa will continue. Same field here, and I do think.
Do you think something
could attack a bit more, maybe?
Some alteration,
Yeah.
like you said, either with the speeds or with the field placing. In a way, as we are, it's driven on the offside, and they are able to go through for a single. Good running between the wickets. These two seem to have a very good understanding of each other at the moment.
Yeah, it was nicely played. Again, I think that's all they need to do is just keep that scoreboard ticking along, and that's what they've done now since tea. I think, especially against Pangiso, been able to keep the scoreboard just ticking along.
This one is cut on the offside, and the man about 5 meters in from the boundary on the offside, once again able to go through for a single.
So it was 71 for 5 at tea after 34 overs. So 8 overs since the tea break, and we have had 21 runs in those 8 overs. So it hasn't been quick, but they have at least been getting it to tick over.
Talking about field placings,
There we go.
their short leg is going to go in, I think,
Yeah.
because the helmet has come out onto the field. So
Yeah,
it'll either be a short leg or a silly bit off. You feel?
Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted to see.
It's
is
silly
the
bit
man-
off.
Yeah, silly bit off. Man under the helmet there is exactly what I was hoping that they would bring in place here. The Knights just to make sure you can't lunge forward to the one that's slightly.
This one given a nice bit of air, but left by Mopongwana through to Kian Kluti.
You know, I'm happier with this. Got somebody under your nose, gives you something else to think about as a batter. Glad they've changed it up a little bit.
Mopongwana is drive this one on the offside. Good piece of fielding to stop the
Yes.
single.
Senekwani out there at extra cover. He comes around very nicely to field that one. He was very quickly onto it. Certainly is very good in the field as well as Sejo Senekwani. And Knights will be very happy to have him here. And he goes from here directly to that match with the SA Invitational 11.
This one is worked to the leg side, and Midon a little bit on his heels, and they're able to go through for a quick single.
Yeah, it's Captain Dane Pete, and he's there in sort of bit of no man's land, really. He's not able to stop the single, and he's there maybe for that forced shot with them trying to go over the top on the leg side. Just don't see them trying to do that though.
This one, Nkonyaku comes forward to it, and it's worked to the leg side, and they don't take a single. And the score at the end of that over is 93 for 5. Nkonyaku is on 39, and Madari Mopongwana is on 30.
And another 3 singles off that over from Pangiso, and it didn't look that difficult for them to be able to get those. So again, I'm glad that they did put that man in at that silly mid-off position. Just maybe gives the batter something else to think about. And it's going to be Langer. He's back on the field. He's going to continue from the Weinberg end. Yeah, when are we going to see Dane Pete? I mean, I really think there's again, maybe an opportunity, I don't know, I mean, say to dry up the runs on...
I don't think
maybe,
he's
but
bowled particularly well this season, but with that experience, you still expect him
you would, yeah.
to bowl at some point. You would expect him to bowl.
I know we got 2 right-handers at the crease.
This one, forward defence by, or back foot defence rather, by Mapangwana on the offside. No run.
But I know that the conventional wisdom is that you bowl your left arm orthodox spinner to right-handers, because the natural movement is away from the right-hander, which makes it a little bit more difficult. You can bring the arm ball into play if you've got the one that you can disguise that it does go straight on, even with your sort of standard action. It makes it more difficult.
This one is back foot defence, and there was no run.
I just think it does at the moment seem, from the quick bowlers' point of view, is that they're not, the pace that they're sort of bowling at and the way that it's working, there's not really, well, there's nowhere near the same level of danger as there was earlier on today, when there was a little bit of movement off the pitch. That the surface has certainly got a lot better for batting on as the longer the day's gone on.
Certainly has. This one is driven very, very nicely, and so nicely that it is going to go all the way for 4. Lovely piece of back foot drive there by Mapangwana, and he moves on to 30.
Yeah, he's doing it really
34.
well here. Mpongwana, 34, as you say, Tim. He's now hit a number of boundaries in the similar region, and he does look quite good when he's able to sort of come onto that front foot. It's by no means a large stride towards the ball, but he's able to play it on the up and through that offside, and another boundary to him. And
Loves the extra cover region.
he does, doesn't he? He plays so well, as you were saying, playing in the V and through that region.
This one is a bit straighter by Langer, and Mapangwana is behind it solidly, and they don't take a single. Province are now 97 for 5, and 2 balls left to go in the 44th over.
Yeah, and 44 overs, just 97 on the board. Obviously not a huge total, but it's been a rebuilding effort from these two.
Another short delivery from Balaga. Short and wayward, I think, is the best way to describe it. And Mapangwana is not interested in getting involved in it. And goes through to Kluti, and they don't take a single.
No, and he did well then. He didn't even think of playing a shot at that one, and exactly what he should have been doing is just making sure that he wasn't getting suckered into playing that one into the leg side.
This one is fuller outside the off stump, but once again beautifully driven by Mapangwana to the extra cover boundary for 4, and Warren Sports betting Western Province move on to 101, and Mapangwana moves on to 38. Beautiful.
So 101 for 5 now, and after 44 overs, so 18 overs it's taken for these two to move the score from 52 for 5 to 101 for 5, and a very valuable partnership that's now reached 68 runs for the 6th wicket.
I'd be very surprised if Langer gets another over. That little spell so far looks a tired spell.
Yeah, it does, and he's bowled the most overs out of any of the quicks. That was, I think, his 12th over that he was bowling there, 12th or 13th over, and he does look like he's probably done his effort for today. 2 glorious drives through the offside in that over by Mhlali Mpongwana, and he's now just 1 run behind, and we got our wish, Tim.
Finally!
It's maybe, I wonder if he's going to bring Pangiso on from this end. He's taking over from Pangiso, Dane Pete. We've got our wish, the Proteas and Knights bowler.
It would be unfortunate if it's at the expense of Pangiso, having just given Pangiso a silly mid-off in the last over.
Yeah.
You would think, you would say, okay, I can bowl at the other end.
Yeah, I know, I'm with you. I think maybe in tandem.
Oh, this one comes down the wicket, does Nkonyaku, but doesn't time it at all, and it shuffles to mid-off, and there's no run. This one is a far more sensible shot from Nkonyaku. Allows the ball to come to him, and works it on the bounce to short leg, and there's no run.
I think Dikali under the helmet there. And it's good that he's got that short leg in, just in case one maybe bounces a little bit, or he just gets it in off the bat onto the pad, just pops up to that man at short leg. He's just coming about 30 centimetres closer to him.
This one is worked to mid-on the boundary. They go through for a single. The other thing to consider is Pete loves to get through his overs very quickly. So if these batsmen have any sense, they would allow themselves time to play the over rather than allow Pete to dominate things.
Yeah, absolutely. Slow it down a little bit. Just take a little bit of time. As you say, he's doing that now, Mhlali Mpongwana. Just taking his guard again now, because he's going to be facing up against the off-spinner. He wants to make sure, I think, that he can get himself outside the line there, if there's any opportunity from a leg before point of view.
In comes Pete. This one is driven by Mpongwana, and there's no run.
So
last ball of the over of Pete's spell, and Mpongwana comes forward, smothers the delivery, makes sure there's no danger, and that's the end of that over. World Sports Betting Western Province are 102 for 5. Nkonyaku is on 40, and Mhlali Mpongwana is on 38.
And it's going to be a change of ends for Aaron Pangiso, as we suspected potentially. It was Sitembele Langer who was looking a little bit tired at the end of that last over in his spell, and those 2 overs that he bowled, they went for 17 runs, so it was an expensive, 12 runs, apologies, went for 12 runs in those 2 overs that he bowled in his 3rd spell, and he has been replaced by Aaron Pangiso at the Wynberg end, unsurprisingly. And it gives us a chance now, I think, from this end. We haven't really been able to see if there's been any turn on offer here at all, and it gives us a chance now to have a look a bit closer at this from the Wynberg end to see if he has got any purchase on the surface. And unsurprisingly, he's got a 6-3 offside leg side field. No silly mid-off at this stage.
Comes, and that's worked on the leg side, the man on the 45, and there is no run.
Yaku into into the 40s, 40 not out at the moment. Just get a look at Pangiso here.
Pangiso comes in. This one is a bit flatter. Again, a little bit too straight. And worked again on the leg side. This one to mid-wicket and no run.
Yeah, he's just also there on Kunyaku, just slowing Aaron Pangiso down a bit. Good work from him.
This one given a bit more flight, bowled wider of the stumps and driven, well fielded on the offside. Extra cover.
He's got Dikhali in there at that short extra cover position, just in case he just did too early on the drive.
This one is played back to the leg on the leg side on Konyaku and no run.
Good over so far from Pangiso, just varying it up again. He has straight a couple of them a bit too straight perhaps.
This one out of the off stump, good piece of bowling, but well dealt with by Nyaku. We've now had 5 deliveries in this over, without a run being scored. Another maiden on cards.
Yeah, definitely. Not seeing anything too much here in terms of turn for Pangiso.
This one is Nyaku who comes forward, smothers the delivery, and it's a maiden. 102 for 5 after 46.
Yeah, so good over from Pangiso from the Weinberg end, and not getting any runs on that particular occasion. He was being sort of milked a little bit from the Kelvin Grove end. Dane Pitt will continue in his spell. Just had the 1 over so far, and just a single run off that from him. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Mhlali Pongwana deals with this. Did have a couple of deliveries from Pete towards the end of the last over. Not sure if he's going to sit back.
And he does come down the pitch and drives it, but no real timing, and there's no run. Not quite a does. Would I go over the top, you feel?
Maybe, yeah. Got to be careful, hasn't he?
This one far more circumspect. Doesn't go down the wicket, just keeps within his crease, but gets a forward defence in.
It's a very long boundary down to the railway stand, very much further, probably 70 metres or more. That's just played down to Dikhali, short leg. So I don't think he'll be trying. I mean, he does play the ball, does play a beautiful straight drive over the bowler's head.
As you were saying, he goes for a big heave-ho.
My word.
And it wasn't a million miles away from the fielder.
No, it wasn't. A bit of risk there involved, but it does go over the head of Tian van Vieren it is Tian van Vieren there, or is it Patrick Buerta? Just trying to see who the fielder is there.
And it goes all the way for 6.
Has gone there onto the grass in front of the snake pit, and he did take him on. That was a risky shot, and there's a man out there. It is quite a long boundary. Sometimes he hits those a lot straighter, Mhlali Pongwana. He gets away with it. He got enough of it that time. Puts him into the 40s now. Heart in mouth time there, I think, for a while.
This one, he works nicely on the leg side. It's the man on the square boundary, and he goes through for a single.
Yeah, we did say, didn't we, that we probably wouldn't hold back, and it's not in his nature necessarily to do that. But I think that was, he took it on, and kudos to him. He made it work.
This one, Konyaku works on the offside, and extra cover comes and fields it. I have no problem with the shot. I have a problem with the shot against that delivery. I think he was beaten. I think he was beaten.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to hit it much straighter.
He did definitely want to hit it much straighter.
And
Yeah.
I think he was
yeah.
beaten then. He didn't quite get to the pitch.
No.
And not getting to the pitch made it much more square.
Yeah, absolutely. He dragged it a little bit to the leg side. And that isn't the shot that he normally plays. As you say, it's normally the really straight drive down the ground. And he probably just wasn't quite there. But I think the good thing was that he actually went through with the shot and hit it as hard as he could. It was just over the head of Patrick Buerta at that wideish long on position.
And Manghiso starts a new over. And it's passed back to him by Mopangwana, who is now on 45.
Yeah, so Mhlali Mpongwana, he's together there with Nyaku, 76 for this 6th wicket.
This one comes forward to it, and there is no run.
Yeah, I don't think that he'll do the same necessarily against Pangiso. I mean, he might, but it's unlikely.
Because, I'll come to you after this delivery, this one is much flatter by Pangiso and work to the leg side. There's no run because of the changes in pace that Pangiso has. Dane Pete is very effective, but he's pretty much the same pace.
Yeah, no, I certainly think he's taking a chance, and okay, now Pangiso just asking Dane Pete to move a little deeper at mid-on.
Pangiso comes in again. This one out of the off stump, and Mopangwana comes forward, smothers the delivery once more, and there's no run.
I think you could give him the opportunity if he did toss it up. Give him give him maybe that opportunity. Although you might not want him. If he's going to play across the line to the leg side, he could get some reward.
This one out of the off stump. It's
He's bowled him.
Bowled him. Well
Yep.
bowled.
Yeah, very well done by Aaron Pangiso, and that was the one he should not have been playing back to that one. And he does get the wicket of Mhlali Mpongwana, a very good 45, but he has to go, and it's that man, Aaron Pangiso, changed ends, and he's got the breakthrough.
Yeah. Just what the Knights needed, really. It started to get a little bit frustrating, this partnership, but as we said, with the changes in pace of Pangiso's, it deceived him. It deceived him. He thought it was going to be a lot slower, which is why he went back. It was a lot quicker. It beat him. It came in, hit him with the front pad, absolutely plumb. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, then went on to knock over those bails. So, yeah, very difficult for him as Carl Simmons comes out to the crease now and could be in for some interesting play here with Simmons, the left-hander. So we'll have a left-hand, right-hand combination. Carl Simmons, 60 matches, 94 innings, 2,260 runs, average of 29. So very good average for a number 8, 300s and 750s. High score of 120 for Western Province against the Lions. And that, I think, last season when he and Bjorn Hendricks put on a very big partnership for the 8th or 9th wicket for Western Province, for the 7th or 8th wicket for Western Province. So he's got a job to do here. And Pangiso has done the work for his captain. And Mpongwana just going back to a ball he probably should have been forward to.
And even this season alone, Simmons is doing the business. He's averaging 26, just shy of 27, with a 50 behind him. So he's proven a very, very important cog in this Western Province side. Even more important with George Linder missing.
Yeah, absolutely right. He has got a huge role to play here with the ball, most definitely. And just looking at this Western Province team, Tim, has got a lot of bowling options, actually, a lot more than it had in the previous match against the Lions. And just you'll notice that they are now taking a bit of a drinks break here at World Sports Betting at Newlands, and we'll I will see now Carl Simmons is coming out. The drinks break is actually coming to a close. So, yeah, he has played a couple of good innings as well this season. That 68 off 74 balls against the Warriors in the previous match here, where he shared in a 119-run partnership with George Linder. And Western Province will be looking for this again now. And just to remind you, while we have got the drinks break ongoing of the fantastic summer of cricket that we have ahead of us here, and we spoke to you earlier on about the women's games, and now we have the full Pakistan tour, which is kicking off on the 10th of December. That is next week on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, the 10th of December at Kingsmead, the T20 matches, the 13th in Centurion on Friday, and then the 14th at the Wanderers. And then we move the following week to the one-day internationals, the 17th in Paarl, the 19th here on Saturday, the 19th, Friday the 19th, I think it is, here in Cape Town. In fact, it's a Thursday. Here I'm getting it all wrong. It's a Thursday, and then the 22nd, which is the Sunday, the Pink Day at the Wanderers, and then 2 test matches, 26th to the 30th of December at Centurion, and the 3rd to the 7th of January in Cape Town. And what a series that is going to be. And the South African men playing today against Sri Lanka in Aberge on the 3rd day of that test match. And Aaron Pangiso to continue from the Wynberg end, and that's immediately cut out into the deep point region, and is that Van Vieren does the fielding, and Carl Simmons off the mark straight away with a single. It's 110 for 6 after 48. So big wicket though in that Pangiso over for the Knights, getting the breakthrough. A very good 76-run partnership between Nyaku and Mpongwana.
Well, the one thing about Selek Nakadin's side is they fight.
Yeah.
They've done it throughout his tenure as coach. They've often found themselves in, as you say, tough positions, but they've had runs from Carl Simmons, Nyaku, Mpongwana, George Linder. Even when we had Patterson playing, Patterson making very crucial performances with the bat. So,
yeah, all trying to make contributions down the line, and I think that was the big thing in that match against the Warriors, as Dane Pitt is going to continue to the left-hander. So, say the big thing about that from a World Sports Betting Western Province point of view was that they were able to get partnerships down the order and able to build that to a score of 364, I think it was, that they got in the end, which was a really good score, considering they were 33 for 5 at one stage. So I'm not saying that that's going to happen today or in this innings at all.
But it's shown spirited fight within this team, which is very evident, and it has been for the last couple of seasons.
Most definitely, and as you say, it's a hallmark of a team, a Salih Nakadin team, as that's just defended by Carl Simmons, and he'll know he's got a job to do. He is certainly somebody that, when he does come into bat, he does move the game along. So it'd be interesting to see if he's going to try and take Pete on that leg side as well. He just defends that again off the back foot this time out into the covers. Got Isaac Dikhali under that helmet there at Selim it off.
I think if they could double up their score from there, I think it's a game.
Yeah, definitely.
I really do.
Yeah. That's nicely played by Simmons. Makes a nice sound as it comes off the bat, but he's not going to get it past the man at mid-off, and they will be a maiden over for Dane Pete to Carl Simmons, and score remains 110 for the loss of 6.
So Province will be very, very pleased with the fight they've shown so far in this innings. They'll have seen how if you get in,
Yeah.
you can score runs.
Yeah.
Both Mapakwana and Yaku show that once you get in, it does become easier to score runs.
It does. I think it was just fooled by the guile of Aaron Pangiso in that last over. Mitlali Mpongwane was looking really good on 45. Looked like for all money he was going to get to his third first-class 50. Oh, that is Onka and Yaku saying, okay, give it to me there. I'm going to hit it over the boundary. And he does that. Couple of bounces down to the wideish mid-on area for 4. It was, I think he played that one on length more than anything else and just took to that. And he moves to 44 with that shot. 114 for 6 it is. So
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
Not very expected,
no,
if
not
I'm
at
honest.
all. No, he's oh my goodness, and he gets beaten
Great
there.
comeback.
Yeah, brilliant comeback from
Great
Pangiso.
comeback.
And he was just lunging for that, wasn't he, outside the off stump? He'll be upset with himself thinking, Yaku, he's just got to take, just settle down. Settle down. It was a good shot of the first ball of the over. He doesn't need to do anything risky now. Straight back to the bowler.
At the same way the supporter was
Yeah.
drawing people across, he drew him across
He did.
with that delivery, with the height and the flight of the delivery.
Yeah.
It's a great piece of batting from Aaron Pangiso.
Yeah, he's really uses his guile and uses that opportunity that he has. Yeah, just a polite inquiry there to umpire Philip Vosloo. How was that, Mr. Umpire? No.
I don't think it hit him in front of the leg stump.
No, it didn't. No, it was going down the leg side, definitely. Another. Yeah, a little bit short of a length. He could go back to that one with impunity. Just Mitlali Mpongwane getting beaten with the length and the flight of the one that did get him and bowled him. That's nicely played, but is well fielded in the covers. It's by Senakwani, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. Successful one there, 4 off it from for World Sports Betting Western Province and for Onke and Yaku. And just to give you some news, I was talking a bit earlier on about that test match taking place in Gqeberha, and it is Temba Bavuma and Tristan Stubbs that have just gone to a 50 partnership. South Africa losing the wicket of Ryan Rickerton when the score was 109. It's now 159 for 3. Bavuma on 29, Stubbs on 23, and they lead by 189 runs with still 7 wickets in hand, and getting to in the last session of the third day there, about another 35 minutes of play possible there today. So South Africa in a good position. It's nicely played by Kyle Simmons into the cover region. He's going to turn for the second. A bit of a fumble there from Jacques Snyman as he came around from extra cover.
One of the few times when it's actually all right to run on the fumble, because
Yeah.
it really was
Yeah,
a big fumble.
It was a big fumble, yes. It was, and the ball was going further away from him, so certainly they did well to, as you say, run on that particular misfield. Pitt's in again. Yeah, I thought that Carl Simmons might be keen if there's anything in the region down on the leg side to play it there. He's just got the 3 fielders out on the leg side, Dane Pitt to the left-hander, and he's now got the 3 fielders and the slip, so he's still got a slip in place for the right-handed in Yaku. That's a bit straight, and yeah, I think he'll be a bit upset that he didn't get that one straighter there on Yaku to get the single down to the man. It's a very wideish long on. Yeah, it just goes back, and
You can
Yeah.
work against Kyle Simmons because Kyle likes to play shots.
Yeah.
Likes to
absolutely
put pressure on the bowler.
he does. and he certainly, I mean, that first innings played a very, very good innings against the Warriors. And second innings, he was upset with himself because he played the ball directly. He was playing it forcibly, but he played it directly to the man at mid-wicket, an easy catch, and he almost pulled it. I think he was playing against the spinner at the time. Can't remember exactly who it was that he was facing in the Warriors in that second innings, but he pulled it across straight to mid-wicket and was caught there. So wasn't very happy with that at all in that second innings. And it was off the youngster Robenheimer, the off spinner. So yeah, he can give you a chance, and that's beautifully played forward of square on the offside, and it's stopped on the boundary by Tian van Vieren. But I think if they'd had TV umpire there, they would have had a look at that one. It looked to me as if, as he fielded the ball, he was sliding along with his feet over the boundary. But they'll go through for two.
I'll say it looked close.
It did look close. It did look very close, didn't it? I must say, it was one they would have had a look at if there was a TV umpire. And he plays that one into the cover. It's very well fielded there by the captain, Dane Peat, diving to his right-hand side.
You see, he's being forceful.
Yeah.
And I don't have an issue with it. It's just that in this situation, there is a chance that he could give you something.
Yes.
Give you
absolutely
half a chance, and if you take it, 120 for 7 is a problem.
It is a problem. Yeah, absolutely. It's but as you say, he will give you a chance. He can potentially give you a chance. I mean, he's moved to 5 now. He's off 12 deliveries, so that's a bit circumspect by Simmons standards, and that's nicely forward to Pangiso. I don't think he'll want to take the left armour on necessarily too much on the leg side. It's such a huge boundary on the leg side. Granted, Jacques Snyman is in probably 15 metres from the boundary there. It's again very nicely played out into the offside, well fielded by Peat.
The ball has been following Peat all day long.
It does seem to be following him, doesn't it? And plays that and off the line of off stump out into the leg side. Offside, sorry, into the offside. Having a look on the leg side, and because it is Pangiso changing his line, going now around the wicket to him. That's a good delivery, and just defended into the offside. Dane Peat picks that one up. It's the end of the 52nd over. It's 119 for the loss of 6. And Onkunyaku, 44 not out. It has been a very, very important innings for the World Sports Betting Western Province. 44 off 125 deliveries, is that? And really has been an important innings for him. Just a reminder, he was dropped on 1 by Dane Peat, and when the score was 23 for 4, and certainly is an expensive, you feel that was an expensive drop catch from a Knights point of view. Western Province have recovered somewhat, although still in trouble here at 116, 119 for 6.
It's been a exceptional recovery from World Sports Betting Western Province, but it isn't over.
Yeah,
They want it to continue.
Yeah, they will definitely. Onkunyaku, he needs to stay there. He's been given the job of batting in the top 6. Been given the nod from coach Salih Nakadin. He's been asked to do a job, and he certainly has done that today so far. He has been there since the score was on 22 for the loss of 4. That's played forcibly into the offside by Simmons, exactly what you'd expect from him. The offside, and it's well fielded. by Senekwani in the extra cover position. That's nicely tickled into the leg side and just played it off the pads, and it takes a single. So it's the spotlight pylon, floodlight pylon, just making its presence felt across the pitch at the moment. And if that makes it a little bit more difficult for the batter, sure that he won't be too worried about that. On Kenyaku, 45 not out, equal highest score with Mhlali Mpongwana. Neatly played into the leg side once again. As the end of a Dane Pete over. Another one is down. 53 overs gone now. 121 for the loss of 6. Our World Sports Betting Western Province. And just a reminder in terms of how the bonus points work here for the batting and bowling team. It is a bonus point for the bowling team when you take the 3rd wicket, the 5th wicket, the 7th wicket and the 9th wicket before 100 overs are bowled. So at the moment the Knights sitting on 2 bonus points. Western Province, World Sports Betting Western Province, at the moment only will get their first bonus point when they get to, or if they get to, and when they get to 150. So 121 for 6 at the moment, as Pangiso is in to Carl Simmons. Goes back, just bunts it back to the bowler. It's on 6 not out. Simmons still looking on the leg side to see who's where. You might want to go slightly backward of square. You might be looking at the sweep shot. He plays that one out into the covers, and it's fielded by Van Vieren, and they go through for a single. He wanted to hit that one, I think, a lot straighter there and try and get past that man at backward point.
I think what they should do, not quite yet, but I think they need to think about bringing Dion Forrester on.
Yeah.
They need to have somebody who is going to be accurate, particularly to somebody like Simmons, because Simmons is looking for width. He's looking for balls which he can hit. If you can have somebody who can bowl wicket to wicket at a reasonable pace, just dry up those runs. Because at the moment it's a little bit easy at the moment for both batters to rotate the strike.
Yeah, and if you do dry up the runs to Carl Simmons, he is going to potentially, he could make a mistake. Not saying that he will. No, he's on the field. Sidimbele Langa. Langa is here on the field. Not sure who he's on the field for at the moment. But he is on the field, the substitute fielder. We've got Patrick Buerter at slip. We've got Dion Forrester at 45. He is doing a little bit of warming up there, Dion Forrester. So maybe you're going to get your wish there as well, Tim.
You can't let a game like this slide. And it's just a little bit like that's what's happening with the Knights at the moment. These spin twins are bowling all right, but things are getting a little bit too easy.
Yeah, his partnership 15. They haven't looked necessarily in too much trouble. Pungosi was on for Malusi Sobotu, who's about to come back onto the field. So he certainly wasn't... they certainly haven't looked in too much trouble since that wicket of Mpongwana. You have to say it was clever bowling to get the wicket of Mpongwana, but he didn't help himself as he, when he went back to that delivery from the spin of Aaron Pangiso. A very good wicket that he did get there.
The only error in terms of captaincy that I could find from Darren Pete today was when he brought Langa back.
Yeah.
That was the only time when I genuinely questioned that decision. Everything else, I've thought he got absolutely spot on.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he was already tired at that stage. I mean, he bowled 10 overs. He's had 2 spells of 5 overs. He's bowled now, apart from Pangiso, he's bowled the most overs. There's Pete to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. Yeah, he just plays that one into the leg side. Carl Simmons. I'm just thinking it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be too long before we see Carl Simmons trying to take on that leg side boundary. If the ball is straight enough, he may well try and do that. He plays this one beautifully into the cover region. It's exceptionally well fielded there by Lesego Senekwani, diving off to his left on the square. Stopped that ball with his left hand. An outstanding piece of work from him.
I think
and that is exactly what Carl Simmons I expected that he would do, and that has gone all the way.
Beautiful shot, beautiful shot. And I think this is the first time I've seen Darren Pete live this season, and I think this is why he doesn't bowl so much anymore. His first class average this season is 42.
Yeah, that's not...
I think it's 42 for a reason. He's not quite the bowler that he was. And he's ineffective. Pankiso is being effective.
Yes,
he could have at least could have had a couple more wickets with a bit of luck.
He could, yes.
Whereas Pete is looking very, very easy to play at the moment. There isn't that variation, there isn't that change in pace, there isn't that guile that you would expect from somebody with his experience.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that's a very good call. Oh, and that one, well, it was Dikhali who was taking evasive action. I don't think by the reaction that actually they did think that came off the bat, but you never know. He's taking evasive action as Carl Simmons was about to play that one into the leg side again, but we didn't see that six. I was expecting that he would try and go leg side, and he plays that very nicely down to a wideish mid-off. But and he did oblige by playing that one over into the into the north stand. So yeah, this is going to be, if it is going to be a battle, it's going to be an interesting battle between these two. He just defends into the offside once again. And it's the end of the over. Just the six, just that 1-6 that came off the over, played over the leg side by Carl Simmons. And it is 130 for the loss of 6 after 55. And already there's been some level of acceleration you've seen with Simmons at the crease. Certainly the partnership between Mpongwana and Nyaku had already started with that, and then they were together for 26 overs, and their partnership was worth 76, so just short of 3 runs to the over, just 2 runs short of 3 runs to the over, and this partnership now 21, and that's come off 7 overs and 1 ball, so about 3 and over in this partnership as well, so just bringing that scoring rate up now to closer to 2.5 to the over. Western Province 130 for the loss of 6. As that pylon is floodlight pylon is even longer across the ground. He has a full go at that one, does Onka Nyaku, and he's trying to repeat the shot that he played a couple of overs ago over the leg side and doesn't make contact.
Was it the right length for that kind of shot?
No, it wasn't. I agree with you. It was just that a little bit. Yeah, that's gone past everything, I think. I don't know if you got anything on that. I doubt it. We'll wait and see what the call is from the umpire. I think there might be buys. No, leg buys, so it did come off the pad of Nyaku. It's the first leg buys of the innings, I think, or maybe the second or third leg buy. We'll have a look at that now. It takes the score to 132 for the loss of 6 in the middle of, so it's a third leg buy, second and third leg buys, and Nyaku still on 46. Maybe he was just looking for that 4 for his 50. As plays it defensively down to Pete at coming around from mid-wicket.
At the beginning of this over, Tian van Vuren was warming up so keep that in mind.
Yeah,
might see him
or Dion Forrester was doing a few loosening up exercises at the end of the previous over, so it'll be interesting to see how that does play out. Yeah, that's good delivery from Pangiso. Just squirts out into the leg side, and Van Vuuren does the fielding, and he is going to be coming on by the looks of things. So that is, I'm sure, the last we will see of probably the last we'll see of Dane Pitt today, as is going to be pace from the Kelvin Grove end. I think they'll keep Pangiso on from the Weinberg end of the ground. We're likely to have another drinks break within the next few minutes, and probably within 45 minutes to go in the day's play. About 50 minutes to go now in the day's play. 17:11 on the scoreboard clock. This partnership has grown to 23. And as South Africa move to 177 for the loss of 3, leading Sri Lanka now 178 for 3. Sorry, leading Sri Lanka by 208. As I say, that just 20 minutes play left in that in the day on the day 3. South Africa in a very strong position there, looking to win that test match as well as they did in the first test against Sri Lanka, and looking to pick up the maximum possible benefit for them in their quest to get to the World Test Championship final next year at Lords. And Van Vuuren 9 overs, 2 for 25, 2 maidens, and he'll be bowling to Carl Simmons, and if it's there to hit, Simmons will hit it. So he can't afford to stray. Maybe he is going to give him some short pitch bowling. He's got the field that's set for him. He's he's moving the man who was at mid wicket. He's moved him into extra cover, and now got 3 slips: a second slip, almost a 4th slip, and a 5th slip. And that's an easy, as you like, play it into the leg side and just walk through for a single as it goes out to Forrester on the deep square boundary. Just a bit too straight probably there, Tiaan van Vuuren, in his first delivery to the left-hander. He's going to come around the wicket now to Onka Nyaku. Nyaku just 4 runs away from what would be an excellent 50. As it's Van Vuuren to continue. 56 overs have been bowled. Still 18 overs that they're wanting to be bowled in the day. But we're not going to get as many as that in. We'll be lucky if we get 10 overs in here. That's played nicely off the back foot by Nyaku. Western Province here edging closer to that first batting bonus point. That probably looked a long way away when they were sitting at 33 for 5. And it's going to be Van Vuuren to continue with this 3rd ball of his 3rd spell. That's very nicely played, but straight to Dikali at extra cover. Shortish extra cover, there is no run. And now with that ball just bouncing there in the shadow of the floodlights, it's, perhaps could be a little bit off-putting for the batter. He's keeping an eye on exactly where he needs to be here in terms of what he's going to do to get through to a well-deserved 50. Onka Nyaku, 46 not out. He's carried on here how he left off in that match against the Lions with those 2 30s. And it's nicely driven straight down to a wideish mid-off. There is no run. So yeah, you thought it, yeah.
The Knights are reasonably vocal, despite the fact that the score was 33 for 5.
Yeah.
It's been a very long day, but they seem reasonably chipper despite that, because they know it's still in their favour.
Absolutely.
It's still in their
they're certainly, one wicket, and with all due respect to Bjorn Hendricks. I mean, they're 1 wicket away from really getting into the tail, and it's defended quite nicely from by Nyaku again, just dabbing it down in front of him. And they'll know that, as you say, that 1 more wicket that they get. I mean, the ball now is 57 overs old, so it's doing absolutely nothing for the paceman. And Western Province now, this is the time, certainly, that they will feel that they will need to be able to cash in if they can, in terms of getting some runs. That's well bowled by Van Vuuren, just into the block, a little bit full, but he's not able to take any toll of that one, Anyaku. And it's the end of a good over from Van Vuuren. Just the single off it, I think, from Carl Simmons, and it will be Simmons to face the beginning of another. I think it'll be another Aaron Pangiso over. Will it? Or is it? Yes, it is going to be another Aaron Pangiso over, as I think we see Malusi Saboto going off the ground again, and Pungose just coming on again, the substitute fielder. So it's 133 for 6 after 57 overs, and it is going to be Aaron Pangisa to continue. This could be an interesting battle here with Carl Simmons. Simmons on 15 now. He's hit a mighty 6 in the last over that Dane Pete bowled. What's he got in store for us now?
In comes Pangiso, and back across is Simmons, and goes through for a single on the offside. Nice and easy.
Yeah, he is going to take you on, Carl Simmons. There's no question about that.
The one thing he's strong about is his shot making.
Yeah.
There's no indecision with him. He commits.
He does. He
commits to
definitely.
shots.
He definitely does. Yeah.
This one is worked to mid-wicket, and there was no run. A bit too full there from Pangiso.
Do you think we're going to see the Mo over mid-wicket again?
I hope not.
No, I hope not as
I
well.
hope not. We've got 40 minutes left. Let's just calm things. And this one is worked to mid-on for a single. Again, too far from Pangiso. I know what he's trying to do, but he's his body a little bit too full to Nyaku at the moment.
Yeah, I think he used his feet very nicely there to get to that one.
This one is driven on the offside by Simmons. Well fielded yet again by Dane Pitt. Gosh, he's fielding like a 21-year-old,
He
Dane.
is indeed, isn't he? He's been doing really well in the field today. They must have given him something magic when they gave that plaster, put that plaster on that left hand of his. He dropped that catch earlier today, and it was a very important wicket that he would have taken.
Oh, smacked on the offside by Simmons, beautifully with real aggression.
He's been looking for that shot, hasn't he? The whole time he's been looking at playing that one just straight of the man at point, and he got his wish this time. He's been eyeing that region the whole time that Pangisa's been bowling from this Weinberg end, and he's not going to let us die wondering.
And comes Pangiso. This one is too straight, overcompensating for what happened in the previous delivery. There was no run. Warren Sports betting Western Province move on to 139 for 6. Nyaku on 47, Simmons 20, and we've had 58 overs so far.
Yeah, so they've certainly got this scoring rate. They've been pushing it along a little bit. This partnership now worth already 30, and that's come off just 10 overs and 1 ball for the 30. So they have been going at about, nearly 3 and over, and that's been faster than most of the innings.
I think before tea, it was 1.6 and over.
Yeah, and it's now 2.4. So they've been maintaining 3 and over since the tea break.
Then comes Van Vuuren round the wicket, and
Yeah.
And is jabbed back into his pads by Nyaku. That extra bit of pace, rushing the batter.
Yeah, definitely did rush him a little bit there, and he didn't look that comfortable with that one. You can only hope that, for his sake, he's really done a great job for his team here today. I know the job isn't over. He still has to continue, and they'll want him in that World Sports Betting Western Province dressing room. They'll want him to be there at the end of the day's play today.
Then he comes again, goes for the bouncer. Very easily played by Nyaku. It was a decent bouncer, but Nyaku is on 46, now 47, so he's seeing the ball pretty well.
Yeah, he did. He got over the top of that one quite nicely. It was a little bit high above his head, but he played it well. Didn't go with a flourish and just paddled it around almost down to the man at deep square. For Simmons, this should be interesting. Anything on the pads, it's a big gap at mid-wicket.
From this one back and across by Simmons, and they go through for 2 because of a fumble on the man back with a square on the offside. Just a couple of fumbles creeping in now to the Knights fielding after what has been a long session. Simmons moves on to 22.
Yeah, he's been by far the dominant partner in this partnership. 22 of the 33 that they've scored so far.
Van Vuren comes in. This one is driven. It's a thick outside edge down to the third man. It won't go to the boundary, but they will go through for 3. Good running between the two batters. Simmons moves on to 25.
Yeah, it is very good there from Nyaku, and particularly in turning for the third. Took the first 2 reasonably quickly, and he was able to come back very, very easily for the third. And he's now on 48, isn't he? Tim, he's just 2 away from what will be a fantastic half century for him.
Van Vuren in again, but fuller this time, and no timing in the shot from Nyaku, and well fielded by Van Vuren. 1 ball left in the 59th over to go. Province up 145 for 6.
So just 5 runs short of their first batting bonus point, and then they accumulate bonus points at a rate of 0.02 per run.
Van Vuren comes in back of a length and shows that there's still some bounce at this wicket. When you bend your back.
Yeah, and I think Uncle Nyaku will be very happy that there's still bounce in the wicket there.
And there's no run. 145 for 6 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and just to give you just a look at that, T 71 for 5 after 34 overs. So we've had 25 overs since the tea break, and there's been 74 runs scored. So literally they're 1 run shy of batting at exactly 3 runs to the over. As we see, Dane Pitt's going to come on from the Weinberg end of the ground. So he's going to replace Aaron Pangiso. Give us a chance to have a look at how he's going, and if he's getting any kind of purchase off the surface. I think also the fact that it will be going to have to he'll be looking at with the ball turning away from him. I'm sure Simmons will be looking at that offside field and seeing if he can pierce the field. They haven't got anybody out deep on the offside at all.
My request to see Forrester is looking less and less likely.
It does look less and less likely, doesn't it? You never know.
Too short from Dane Pitt, easily dealt with by Simmons. pats back to Pete, and there's no run. This one is flighted and hits it into the ground, does Simmons, and there's no run. Again, too short from Dane Pete. Simmons tries to make room, does find the fielder, but once again, fielder fumbles the ball, and they are able to go through for a single.
Yeah, it was hit pretty hard there to Malusi Saboto in the covers. And as you said, he just let it go through him that time. Again, Carl Simmons is playing his shots, isn't he? He's trying to get behind the line of the ball and hit it firmly. Ooh.
This one is defended by Yaku. Probably the best delivery of the over from Dane Pitt, but well dealt with. This one again also straight in the stumps, defended once more by Yaku.
He does get through his overs very quickly, doesn't he, Dane Pitt? It's literally.
If you allow him,
yeah.
very quickly. This one too full and easily driven to man on the mid-on boundary, and Yaku moves on to 49 at the end of the over, and he will take strike on 49 at the start of the 61st over. As World Sports Betting are 147 for 6.
Yeah, and you'd have to say that is a very good recovery from 33 for 5. I mean, they're not anywhere near at the stage or at the position that they recovered against the Warriors from being in a similar position, but just the potential there, particularly with the batting lineup they have at their disposal in this match. And no George Linder being called up to that T20 squad for South Africa. Fantastic reward for him for his performances in the T20 competition here in South Africa and playing at the CPL.
From thrown in and driven on the offside by Yaku to the man at extra cover, and there was no run.
Yeah, it's so 60 overs gone at the moment. Just those 3 runs for them to get their first batting bonus point, and 2 bowling bonus points already for the Knights. Put in a brilliant effort with that new ball to reduce Western Province to 33 for 5.
This one is driven and no timing at the shot. Driven on the leg side this time by Yaku, and no run.
To give you an indication of how important this innings has been from Onkun Yaku, he came to the wicket in the 14th over. He's been at the crease now for 46 overs, in fact nearly 47 overs, and 13 overs and 3 balls, and the wicket of Jean James fell.
There's a short ball there from Van Vuren, pulled on the leg side, and that is a 50 for Onkun Yaku. First 50 of the season for him. Fantastic innings so far.
Yeah, and that is his 7th 50 in first class cricket for Onkun Yaku to go with his 200s, and he's faced 158 balls for that 50. What an innings that has been. I mean, strike rate is low. He's hit 4 fours, but with a strike rate of 31.6. But the value of this innings is inestimable from a Western Province point of view.
Yeah, when the analysis comes in, it will be vital innings. That will be general consensus. This one is worked on the leg side by Simmons, wide of mid-on, and they go through for another single. Born Sports Bet in Western Province move on to 149 for 6. 2 deliveries to go with this over. Simmons is on 27. Yaku is on 50. In comes Van Vuren. This one is a bit fuller, a better length for Van Vuren. I think he's been too short on the spell. A very obvious plan, but I don't think you can be as short as he has been in this spell on this particular pitch.
Yeah, you don't want to be bowling short on this pitch too often. It's not really a career progressing opportunity for you. It's not a pitch that you can really bowl short on.
This one is fuller, again driven on the offside by Naku, but 0 timing, and it squirts down to mid-off, and there was no run. So at the end of that over, it's 149 for 6. Unko Yaku's on 50 of 160, and Simmons on 27 of 38.
And just some news from other cricket happening around the world. South Africa's under-19 women are taking part in a triangular series with India under-19A and India under-19B, and they played their second match against India under-19A today and won that game once again. They beat them in the first game they played. They lost narrowly to the India under-19B in the second game, and won the game there today at Maharashtra by 22 runs, with another outstanding all-round performance from World Sports Betting Western Province's Kayla Reinicker, the captain of that team. She scored a very good half-century and another 70-odd off, I think, 40-odd balls, and she really did exceptionally well when they were struggling. And so she also took 2 for 27 with the ball.
Didn't miss anything there. It was cut away on the offside by Simmons, but there was no run.
And South Africa scoring 156 for 4 in that game.
This one, Simmons drives to mid-off and runs. There is appeal for a run out. It's one of those ones where it's close. It's very, very close.
Very close.
The umpire says not out.
Wow.
We unfortunately do not have third umpire
No.
in the 4-day series, but they're going to have a look at the visuals now. Driven by Simmons, they go for the single. A very definitive.
He was safe.
He is safe.
Yeah.
He is safe. He is safe. We've seen the visuals there. Close, but he is safe.
Sure. It was a really sharp single there from Carl Simmons, asking a lot of Uncle Nyaku. He's been out there for 47 overs already. Though he did manage to.
The saving grace was they both ran.
Yes.
There was no pause at any point.
Absolutely right.
And
If there had been, he would have been gone.
Yeah.
Very good from that point of view. Absolutely right, Tim. I mean, that is a lesson for anybody. If you are going to run, then you run. You don't hesitate at all.
A yes is not a wait. It's a yes.
It's a yes, absolutely. It's not wait on or whatever they say. I love the way now that it seems like it's. They always say no run.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Then if the Australians started that, hear that always with Marnus Labuschagne, you know. Oh, sorry, Marnus Labuschagne. Sorry, shouldn't be that. Marnus Labuschagne. So, yeah.
Bit straight here from Jane Pete, but still bowling reasonably accurately. and Nyaku getting in behind it, working to the leg side. But again, a bit flatter this time. This one, because of the flatness, Nyaku is able to work it in the gap of the leg side, and they go through for a single. Warren Sports Betting Western Province at the end of that over move on to 151 for 6. Nyaku is on 51, Simmons is on 28.
So been very good from Nyaku, and Simmons has just come in and very much continued from where Mahlali Mpongwana left off in that big partnership of 76 between Mpongwana and Nyaku. And these two now put on 42 for this the 7th wicket, and their job is certainly not done yet. If you are a Western Province supporter, you're going to want them to bat for a whole lot longer. They have now achieved the first batting bonus point for World Sports Betting Western Province, and with the 150 coming up in that previous over.
Turn from Furin comes to Nyaku, back of a length, covered on the offside, extra cover, comes across, stops it, no run.
And news from Abeja at St George's Park is that it is Stumps on day 3 of the second test between South Africa and Sri Lanka. South Africa 191 for the loss of 3 at the close. An excellent partnership of 82 runs in progress between Temba Bavuma, who's not out, on 48, and Tristan Stubbs not out on 36.
And Furin again to Nyaku. Nyaku this time drives it to the man at extra, and still there was no run.
12 overs left in the day, Tim. I don't think we're going to see all of those if they are finishing at 6 o'clock. They could play for longer, couldn't they? But I don't think they will.
We'll have to wait and see. I'd be surprised if we went past 6.
Yeah.
In terms of lights, we can.
Yes.
But I'd still be surprised if we went past 6.
We didn't hear anything as if they were going past 6 o'clock.
This one is driven on the offside, but a thick inside edge, so there's no real timing.
Yeah.
This one goes to mid-off, and there's no run.
Just thinking exactly the same thing. He's just not got his timing at all, has he, in this over? He's put in a big shift today from a batting point of view. He just needs to keep that focus and concentration there. It's potentially got another 22 minutes to do that.
This one short by Chen van Furen, pulled by Nyaku, fielded.
Yeah.
Fielded on the mid-wicket.
Yeah, the Sejo Senekwane is there patrolling that mid-wicket region. Seemed like he hit that beautifully. On the bounce to Senekwane, yeah.
So I was thinking at the man at the boundary. The man at the boundary was moving.
Yeah.
So I was assumed that he got through the gap.
Didn't see it. I thought he was also going to collect it from the boundary.
This one is for backward defence from Nyaku, and there's no run there.
Yeah, he did well there, Nyaku again, just to get in behind it. It's, as you said earlier, Tim, the value of this innings, I think, will be looked at in the context of the game as it unfolds over the next couple of days. And still 2 days left to play, and 2 days set fair, we believe.
Van Furen and again, this one, he does find the gap just, and it does reach the man on the boundary, and it's just a single. At the end of that over, it's 152 for 6.
And I think the batters are just asking for a new set of gloves to come out, plus I think some refreshment. In fact, they are going to take a drinks break, so maybe we are going to be getting in a longer session than we thought here and it is 12 overs left in the day. We may be going all the way through until we get those 12 overs. Just by the looks of this, I mean, they would have taken this drinks break a bit earlier, otherwise they're probably looking at another 45 minutes left in the day. So we're going to take a bit of a break, and we'll be back with you in a couple of seconds. Let's go.
Welcome back to the final part of the day from World Sports Bet Western Province. They find themselves 6 down after a very unauspicious start where they were actually 5 down for 33. And there's a change for the Knights. We've got Malusi Supporter coming on from the Weinberg end. So pace is coming on. I suspect they'll want a supporter to do a similar job that he did this morning. And if he can eke out a wicket before close, that will be a bonus.
10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. So he's been economy personified.
And he comes and worked to the mid wicket, and there was no run.
So after this, 11 overs left in the day, Tim, and it does look with that drinks break that they're going to bowl all these overs, try and make up for some of that time. So we would have lost only 24 overs today of a normal day, 98 overs needing to be bowled in a day, and then tomorrow they will start half an hour early.
Yeah.
Try and get in an extra 6 or 10 overs maybe.
Porto, this one is too leg side, too full, and easily dealt with by Nyaku, and they scamper through for a very easy 2. Well, we always want the officials to give us more,
Yes,
not less,
absolutely right.
and this is what's happening today.
Yeah.
It's a long day for the players, but it may bring about a result, despite the rain that we had yesterday.
And that's very important in the context of this 4-day series. Very important for both teams.
This one is a much better line of length from Saboto, and Jaiku comes forward, gets behind it, and plays it down the ground, and there's no run.
So I think, I mean, if you were looking at this, I mean, now and saying, I mean, 33 for 5, I mean, you would say Western Province, if you'd have given them 154 for 6, then they would have definitely taken it.
Certainly. And this one, the back of a leg from Saboto, and Yaku is able to work it to the right of mid-wicket, and they are able to go through for a single.
Okay.
Certainly. And the flip side is, if you'd said to the Knights at the toss, Western Province will be 155 for 6, they would have taken it.
Absolutely right. They would have definitely taken that. They would have felt happy that they were in with a chance still, with 36 overs and 2 balls left in which you can get bonus points. They would feel they're going to be able to wrap this innings up before 100 overs and get a full haul of 4 bowling bonus points.
Supporter to Simmons, and Simmons defends it on the offside, and there's no run.
And so once again, you say, I mean, a recovery from Western Province, again, finding themselves in a similar position as they were in that match against the Warriors. That's uncanny that they were 33 for 5 in that match, and they're 33 for 5 in this match as well, when that 5th wicket fell. But it's going to be interesting just to see how it does play out and what the final first innings total will be.
This one is fuller and driven by Simmons, but no real timing, and well fielded by the cover fieldsman, and there's no run.
Yeah, as we see, some of the coaching staff from the Knights are out doing their wicket walk. That's called the wicket walk when things are not happening. The coaches tend to take a walk around the field. They're doing that, and that Malusi Saboto over. Another one that was very economical from him. 11 overs for 11 runs and the 1 wicket. That is exceptional from an economy point of view.
And I have got my wish.
Yeah.
Dion Forrester is coming on from Covent Grove End.
Well, there we go. Yeah. He's only bowled 5 overs. He should be really fresh. 1 maiden, 0 for 12. He certainly wasn't, I mean, in terms of his, he wasn't that incisive necessarily in his opening spell. It was...
no, but you...
Yeah.
What you want now, if you're a Knights, is restriction.
Absolutely
You want
right.
restriction of runs and eke out a wicket.
Yep. Oh.
And that will go down as a well left delivery from Yaku, but only because he's on 55, not out.
Yeah, that's right. He's so his score and his number are exactly the same now on the back of his jersey. So, yeah, excuse me, that one does go down as an exceptional leave. That could, that one was very close, a bit too close for comfort, I think. If he does know how close that was, he certainly won't leave that one again.
Forrester comes in. This one is back and across from Yaku, and extra cover stops it, and there was no run.
Yeah, so you're right. Just a little bit of trying now from a Knights point of view. They've got Saboto operating from this end. It's been very economical, and I mean 5 overs 0 for 12 is so economical from Forrester. Just to keep it in the channel there, outside the off stump. Don't give anything away.
Here comes Forrester. This one, it's... I think you have to say it's a play.
Yeah, it is a play.
It's a play for Yaku.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the edge, fortunately. Goes through to Clutty behind the stumps. But, he'll say that was a leave, but by the time he'd left it, it had already gone through to the keeper.
Yeah, it was. He was looking. I don't know what he was thinking of doing with that one, but he could have only got himself into trouble with it.
This one is much better for Yaku. Bat next to pad, a lot stronger in his shot making. Was it another?
It was a no ball. Yeah,
no ball?
First one from Dean Forrester. So that is takes this partnership to 46, Tim. So it's been another very good partnership. Another good partnership, should I say? It's not got into the very good region yet. They would want these two to carry on.
Forrester in and left, well left there by Yaku. No need to play that one.
No, that one just a little bit too wide from Dean Forrester. He just wants to make sure that he keeps Anka and Yaku playing and trying to get in behind it. One a little bit fuller, I don't think would be too bad an option actually. Get him trying to play it through that offside and driving. He's got the catchers in the cover region for that.
Forrester in. This is a bit fuller, but it's a little bit towards the leg stump, and driven by Yaku wide of mid-on, and they are able to go through for a single. Score now is 157 for 6, with 1 ball left in the 65th over.
So it will be interesting, I mean, to see, and this innings potentially is not near its conclusion any time soon. Potentially, one doesn't know. It could just take 1 wicket and it could all fall down like a house of cards. But it'll be interesting to see what it looks like after both teams have batted on this surface.
This one is cut away by Simmons, and in front of square, and they go through for 2. Nicely played there from Simmons.
Yeah,
And he now moves on to 30.
he plays that shot well, doesn't he, Carl Simmons?
He's an offside player. Anything on the offside is what he likes. But you're right, he also likes that sort of cow corner region.
Yeah, he can play the ball really well into that region. I mean, we did see him off Dane Pitt earlier on, hitting the ball into the north stand, should I say. And he does have that ability. It's what makes him such a dangerous player, and from a batting point of view.
Forrester in. This one is driven on the offside. There is no way, no fielder is going to stop that one, and it goes all the way to the boundary. He moves on to 34. World Sports Betting was the province move on to 164 for 6.
Yeah, played that one really well, Kyle Simmons. Perhaps not, perhaps economy of foot movement as he went across, but it was there, bowled across him. He was able to get the bat out and just one step down the wicket and the bat through the ball, hit it beautifully. As you say, he loves playing on the offside. Very good player on the offside. And he's into the 30s now, 34 not out. This partnership is actually went with that 2. It was the 50 partnership brought up with that 2 that he scored earlier on in the over, and the 50 partnership coming up in after 64 overs and 4 balls. So
Sporter starts just another over, and into Nyaku. Nyaku, solid as a rock, gets in behind it, and on the bounce to Sporter, and there's no run.
So that 50 partnership coming up in 17 overs, Tim. So again, they're keeping that run rate going at about 3 to the over, and it's pretty good considering where they were.
This one is worked on the leg side by Nyaku behind square, and they go through for a single, and he moves on to 57.
Incredibly valuable runs here from Nyaku. One considers that, say, he came to the crease 22 for the loss of 4 and was given a life when he was on 1.
Sporter bowls.
Oh, he bowled it.
And it's much fuller length, and he cleans him up. It looks like Simmons was trying to hit that mid-on region instead of playing it back down the pitch, and that was what did it for him, and just what the Knights needed. They needed to break that partnership before the close. They have done that. Still a good innings from Simmons when you consider the score and the situation, but it's not what they would have wanted with not many overs to go left of the day, as World Sportsman Western Province are 165 for 7.
No, exactly what they didn't want, World Sports Betting Western Province, and as I was just talking about how the game was going to potentially unfold, and that is a very important wicket that Malusi Saboto has got, and as you say, he was just trying to drive that too much to the leg side, and it closed the face of the bat and missed the ball completely. Takes his off stump, and it's an excellent wicket for the Knights. Very well bowled by Malusi Saboto. He's now got his 2nd wicket in the match as Bjorn Hendricks comes to the crease, the captain of World Sports Betting Western Province, and there are 9 overs and 3 balls left in the day's play, as it will be the left-handed Hendricks, another left-hander, is going to be taking his guard. And again, good bowling from Malusi Saboto. That's the way you need to bowl on this wicket, is make sure that you are bowling and you're going to be hitting top of off, and that's exactly what he did in that instance, and it was the end of Kyle Simmons. So 165 for 7.
This bowling partnership, that's the job. The job is to bowl top of off, wicket to wicket, not give anything away. And if you can eke out a wicket, fantastic. Saboto has done that.
Exactly what they've done, and that's exactly what you were calling for. It was all looking a little bit too easy, wasn't it, for them when they had the spinners on. It certainly, whilst Pangiso did get that very good wicket of Mpongwana, certainly was looking quite easy for Simmons and Nyaku. That's another ball aimed into that 4th stump or off stump line, and it's another good one from Saboto, but it's played very well by Hendricks down to mid-off. He'll also want to hang around here, Bjorn Hendricks, back in the team now after missing the last game against, he was injured in that game against the Warriors, pulled a hamstring in that, or hamstring strain in that match, didn't bowl after the couple of deliveries, 2 overs and 5 balls of the first innings. That's neatly played onto the leg side, and they probably come back for 2. They do indeed. It's just too straight from Suboto, and Hendricks is not going to miss out on playing that one. That takes the score to 167 for 7. But an important breakthrough from Malusi Suboto. Carl Simmons was looking very good for his 34, say off 45 deliveries, so a good strike rate from him as well, which is what you do expect from him.
He contributed to the fight back.
Yeah, absolutely.
In a significant way.
He did.
Even though it was only 34.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Oh, and that's just gets behind that. Hendricks plays it out into the gully region, and there is no run. 167 for 7 after 66 overs. So the third bowling bonus point come up for the Knights. It's been a very good bowling performance from them, particularly early on today when they made best use of some indifferent batting from World Sports Betting Western Province, and they had Western Province 33 for 5 after 21.4 overs, and since then it was Mpongwana and Nyaku who shared a partnership of 76 for the 6th wicket, and then Simmons and Nyaku who shared a partnership of 56 for the 7th wicket. It has taken World Sports Betting Western Province to 167 for 7. But as I say, the Knights really putting in a good shift with the ball today in a shortened day, just 74 overs that are going to be possible today, and we have 8 overs left in the day, which is, I'm sure we're going to get those all in. The shadow may lengthen across the ground from the southern grandstand at the Weinberg end, but it still looks very good, the light out there, and 8 overs, maybe another half an hour or so. We may, well, if it's the Pacers, it may take longer than that, but we'll see. It is now 2 minutes past 6 on the scoreboard clock, so we are definitely going to be playing well beyond 6 o'clock. It's Forrester in to Nyaku. He just defends into Dikhali, who is in the short extra cover position.
They started. The Knights started the day by winning it. They ended the day potentially by winning it.
Yeah. There's a period there in that session when Mpongwana and Nyaku were going. Western Province certainly clawed their way back into the game, and you still think that if they get a score of 200 plus and they can bowl well on this surface, there's something in it, especially with the new ball. There's something in it for the bowlers. They are going to be facing certainly from an opening pair point of view, Snyman we know is somebody who likes to play his shots. Lesego Senekwani is the leading run getter in the competition so far this season. Trying to make something happen there, Nyaku, as he goes forward, sort of double steps a little bit to Forrester, just trying to disrupt him from his line.
I don't think that's necessary yet. If Hendricks goes,
yes,
then
definitely.
you look for the gaps.
Yeah,
then
absolutely.
you look to go big from time to time. I don't think he needs to do anything abnormal at the moment. I think Bjorn Hendricks can hold up an end. We know he can.
Yeah, he can. We know he can do that. And also, he got his highest first-class score. I think he got an 80 in the last season against the Lions in a rearguard effort. So we know that he can certainly hold the bat. That's nicely cut, but straight to Suboto at deep point, and they'll go through for a single. Another one to Onke Nyaku, who has played the sheet anchor role here for World Sports Betting Western Province. Without him, had he gone when the score was on 23 for 4, you feel that it would have been a very, very difficult road for them to travel back to get anything out of this at all. And they have got to a point where they are scoring batting bonus points that looked very much out of the question when they were 33 for 5. And good partnerships with Mpungwana and with Simmons from Onke and Yaku. Can his captains stay with him? Can they stay together and give WSB Western Province some kind of total to bowl at?
Because of the shortness of the game, I still think this total is something.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it is something.
That's beautifully played there off his toes, a little bit full from Forrester, and played into the leg side, just clipped it into the leg side. It does look very much like he can hold a bat when he plays a shot like that, Bjorn Hendricks, and he does fancy himself as an all-rounder, I think. So he's leaning on his bat like a professional there at the non-striker's end at the moment. It's going to be Forrester for the last ball of his over to Anyaku. Just in and behind that one, as he has been for so much of the day today. Just defends into the leg side, and Dane Pitt picks up, and be coming down here to give the ball to Malusi Soboto. I'm sure he'll want to be continuing after his success in the previous over to Kyle Simmons. Simmons out for a well-played 34 off 45 deliveries, sharing a partnership of 56 between himself and Onke and Yaku. So, just very glad that we got as much cricket in today as we have got in. Say just the 7 overs left. I think we're going to be getting 74 overs that were scheduled to be played in the day, and looks at the shadows lengthening. I do think we're still going to be able to get those in, those last 7 overs in for this evening. And it's got a very packed offside field to the left-hander. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field. Some interesting field placings. It's got almost a 4th slip and a gully, a point, extra cover in the mid-off. And that's played straight down the field of fields on his follow-through. Knocks it on to his captain Dane Pete at mid-on. Still shining that ball. Was a good delivery in that last over to get Carl Simmons. Very important that he bowls wicket to wicket, and here again against Hendricks, he'll want to make sure that he's just targeting the top of off stump.
You want Hendricks to play.
Yeah,
exactly. You want Hendricks to play. If Hendricks is not playing at the ball, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah. Exactly right, and that's what Malusi Soboto has done very well today. You did feel in that opening spell from Stembele Langa, where he did bowl 5 overs and 4 maidens, 1 for 5, but the reason he bowled 4 maidens was because he wasn't making the batter play at the ball at all. And that's another good delivery on the line of the off stump.
Supporters doing what we asked Laga to do this morning.
Yeah.
Right, the wicket.
Yeah. I think that would have been the better angle. I mean, he did get the wicket of Edward Moore playing a loose shot outside the off stump, getting the top edge to a quite a wild cut that he was playing outside the off stump. He'll be very upset with himself as far as that is concerned. I'm sure he will get a chance to bat again in this match. Potentially, he'll be looking to rectify that. Another excellent delivery from Soboto. He has made Hendricks play at every single delivery so far this over. He's bowled to him. And whilst there don't look like there's any gremlins or demons in the surface, you still have to make sure you're getting in behind the line of the delivery, and that was really the problem with Carl Simmons. He just closed the face a little bit on that one, trying to play it too much to the leg side. And that's beautifully played by Bjorn Hendricks out into the covers. Good work done once again by the captain, who chases that one down. No, it isn't the captain, sorry, it's Isaac Bikhali, who's there at extra cover. Chases that one down before it gets to the boundary. But he goes through for 2. And he moves on to 5. It's 171 for 7.
It has got easier to bat.
Yeah.
But you've still got to get yourself in
Yeah.
for it to be. I don't think it's necessarily that easy for a new batter to start on this particular pitch.
And it doesn't seem that easy to score on this pitch, especially if you're bowling it in the right areas. And that and Hendricks alone, and quite easily outside the off stump. And at the end of the over, 171 for 7 after 68, and is Nyaku on a well played 58 and Hendricks on 5.
Supporter had his hands on his hips after that delivery,
Yeah.
but that was because at himself rather than anybody else.
Yeah,
He knew he got it wrong.
He did. He did get that one wrong. He wanted to make him play, just angled too far and wide outside the off stump. And it is going to be Deon Forrester to continue. And there are 6 overs left in the day's play. We probably are going to see pace for those 6 overs. The light, as I say, and you probably will see it as well, is looking still exceptionally good here. Very much light enough to be able to continue play until the 6 overs are bowled. That's played nicely once again by Nyaku out to Suboto in the deep, and they go through, trot through for a single. We all change for the left-hander coming on strike. Bowling around the wicket, Forrester from the Kelvin Grove end. So as you say, Tim, I think the thing is here that if you say you've got to get yourself in, the most important thing is to, if you see off the new ball, I think it's going to be a lot easier. And when the Knights come into bat, it's going to be interesting to see how they go about building their innings and whatever it is that they're going to be chasing in the first innings. They're going to be looking for, I'm sure, a total that will put pressure on Western Province when they do come out to bat for a second time.
Snowman will want to get on the front foot.
Yeah.
And if he can get going, if he can get a runnable 50 or odd, then it's going to be very, very tough going for Province. But if they get him early, then it could be good for Province.
Nicely played by Hendricks straight to that man Snowman that Tim was just talking about, who's fielding at point. He's keeping umpire Philip Vosloo company there, having a bit of a chat at the moment. It's been and umpire Abdullah Steenkamp, meantime, who's at the Kelvin Grove end, has got a bit of shade there at the moment, standing in the shade of the floodlight pylon. That shadow is stretched far across the ground now, right over to the northern stand. Just angles it into the offside, Hendricks. And he'll want to make sure that he's still there at the end of the day's play today. They can come out again tomorrow and see how many more runs they can put on the board for these last few wickets for World Sports Betting Western Province. We know that Jody Lawrence, I don't think he's going to hold back when he comes out to bat. And he showed in his first match at first class level up in Johannesburg that he has the ability to hit the ball quite a long way and quite hard. And Hendricks, just a bit of a trigger movement there before the ball's bowled off to the offside, just to get himself in line. Plays that one nicely out into the covers. Oh, well, they're going to putting a man out now on the deep square leg boundaries. They're going to give him a short ball. There's one ball left in the over. Or is he playing the double bluff on him?
I think it's double bluff. I don't think
he's going to give him a short one.
I don't think he's going to go short.
I doubt it. I mean, Hendricks will bail out, I'm sure, if he does get a short one. Oh, that's a very good delivery from Forrester. And it looked like Hendricks, a little bit of indecision there. He did come across, definitely played it, missed the outside edge through to Jean Kluter. And that's the end of the Forrester over. It is 172 for 7 after 69 and 5 overs left in the day's play this evening. So 5 overs for these two World Sports Betting Western Province batters to survive, and 5 overs for the Knights to make more inroads into this World Sports Betting Western Province lineup. And Malusi Saboto, unsurprisingly, is going to continue from the Weinberg end. He's bowled 13 overs, 2 for 16. He's been exceptionally good from an economy point of view. He's been bowling wicket to wicket, and certainly not been easy to get away.
The only change that I would consider, I don't think they will, and I'm perfectly fine with it, is maybe you bring on spin, but only if Hendricks is facing.
Yeah.
If Hendricks is facing it at an over, you just try 6 balls.
Yeah.
6 balls of spin.
Maybe bring Pangiso on, or Pete on it. I mean, maybe for the left-hander you might bring Dane Pete on. I don't know. I think that Pangiso has been more effective, certainly from a bowling point of view.
I think if you want to entice him, so that's my thinking. My thinking is entice him to go big for the big shot. I'm thinking Pangiso.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You're going in towards him. That's fine, but I still think he might be enticed to go down the ground.
Yeah, he may well be.
No.
That one just down the leg side from Suboto, hitting the pad of Nyaku, and then he came through to try and see if there was an opportunity to maybe get a caught and bowled. I think maybe there was an inside edge onto the pad, but nothing doing in either situation there. Definitely was tailing down the leg side. Onkunyaku's done a huge amount of work today here for World Sports Betting Western Province. He will want to make sure that he's still there with just 4 overs and 4 deliveries left in the day's play. It's been a vigil from him. It's been there now for 56 overs. That is neatly played off the inside half of the bat, just into the leg side. Forrester Fields at deep square, and they go through for a single. He moves to 60 with that shot.
It becomes a mental game for him now, because he's done the hard yards, he's got the score, but it's now become the realization, I've been batting for so many hours.
Yeah.
My legs are getting tired, my arms are getting tired. that plays a part. That plays a part.
Definitely going to play a part. I mean, he must be tired out there. He must be tired mentally. He must be tired. Got to keep his focus. Got to keep his focus for these last few overs of the day. He's been the senior batter for the entire time, basically, that he's been at the wicket. He came to the wicket, joined Oliver Whitehead, and he's been there ever since. That's just not played with any conviction. Bit of a flat batter's shot out into the covers. Dikhali does the fielding, and there is no run. A little bit short and wide there from Malusi Saboto. Doesn't manage to get anything anywhere through the offside field. 6 fielders on the offside. It's just defended very nicely back to the bowler.
See, there's a lack of penetration in Saboto at the moment.
Yeah.
He's bowling it perfectly accurately, but particularly Hendricks is not finding it any difficulty.
And he is playing it, as you say, he's playing it straight back. He's playing it from whence the ball came. He's getting across and playing it, so he's not closing the face of the bat. He does again there, doesn't close the face of the bat, and that was the reason why he got that Simmons wicket, is he was trying to work it into the leg side from a ball that was straight, just missed a straight one and went on to hit the top of off stump, and he lost his wicket there, and it is going to be 4 overs left now in the day's play. It's 173 for 7 after 70 overs, batting at just 2 runs under 2.5 runs to the over, so it understandably hasn't been quick batting today after going down 33 for 5, and we didn't expect it to be that way, but it has been an absorbing day's play.
it has. Sorry, I'm just saying that Supporter and Pete were in a long discussion there at the end of that over, along the lines of, can I give you one more? No, I can't. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
I've already bowled 14 overs. I've only conceded 17. I've taken 2 wickets. I've done my job for today. But saying, Skipper, you've only bowled 8 overs, and you're a spinner. Yeah, I don't know what that discussion was, but okay, Dean Forrester, though, he has got a 6-3 offside leg side field. He's got 2 fielders back on the leg side. Is he going to try the short ball? And he doesn't. He just bowls one short of a length outside the off stump, left alone wisely by Nyaku.
I don't think we've seen a short ball from Forrester.
No, I don't think so either. I can't remember one.
And it's a smart move for him.
Yeah. He's not got the pace, has he, to really trouble the batter?
You don't want to waste the delivery.
No.
No. He hasn't bowled, as you say, he's bowled as many overs as the other pace bowlers.
No.
So you want to take as much chance as you can, and that back of a length or good length is where he needs to be, rather than short.
Yeah, and once again, he's on that length, just angled into the right-hander. He plays it defensively down to the captain, Pete, at a shortish mid-on position. As we count down to the end of the day's play. So, as far as I'm aware, it should be 3 overs left at the end of this. But the scoreboard's still showing 4 overs. It's 74 overs were due to be bowled in the day. That's played nicely again by Nyaku, and it gets the applause from his teammates. Off to our right hand side as he takes another single, goes to 61. And you probably have to say, I mean, depending obviously on what happens for the rest of the game, but this is probably the most important innings he's played for Western Province. He hasn't played too often in the 4-day series, only his 2nd game this season. Came in for that Lions game, and he's certainly in this season is very important innings for him.
Indeed, absolutely. So he matured as a player, as Nyaku.
Yeah, and it's coming off, as you're saying, Tim, there's nothing really of any kind of venom that we're seeing here from the 2 pacers from the Knights.
This is what Hendricks wants to face. You can see the way that he's playing.
Yeah.
This is what he wants to face. The 2 things he doesn't want to face are Tiernan van Vuren. I think Tiernan van Vuren is done his day.
I think so too. 13 overs.
Or the spin.
Yes.
And those are the things that he doesn't want to come up against. And as I say, it's literally 6 balls and change some pace, give it a bit of flight, see what happens.
As he's going to keep the strike at the end of the 71st over, just into the pads and played out easily into the leg side to Saboto, who's was just in from the boundary in front of the Oaks. And looks like Saboto is going to continue. He's got the ball in hand, and he is taking off his cap and his sunglasses now and giving them to umpire Philip Foslu, and is going to be 3 overs left in the day's play. This will be 3 more overs to be bowled. It's 18:25 on the scoreboard clock. So we've had we have got in as many overs as they possibly could today. It's been really good from the teams and from the umpires, and in fact it isn't going to be Saboto. It is going to be what you asked for, Tim. They must have heard you. They've been listening to the commentary, and Dane Pitt is going to be bringing himself on. That's exactly right. He's going to be coming in to bowl to Buren Hendricks, the helmet is coming out for Isaac Dikhali. And here we
That
go.
conversation between him and captain,
was
what was it?
What was it? Yeah.
Everything's fine, you're going to bowl again.
Yes. And then he decided not to.
And then the last...
Well, I think they heard you talking. So Dane Pitt today, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22. And he's back into the attack now. And we've got 3 overs left in the day. Björn Hendricks on strike. And maybe that was the reason why he decided, because Hendricks was on strike. He took the single at the end of the last over. And they are crowding him. They've got a slip. They've got a man in at Selimudov. He just strays that one onto the pads. Hendricks doesn't manage to get it past Tian van Vieren at that sort of shortish backward square position. And he plays that into the ground, just a little bit short from Pitt. He does have a go at it though, outside the off stump. He gets it past Saboto in the covers. It will go for 4 down to the boundary in front of the Oaks. And that he plays well down to Langer at mid-on.
That was well played, but that's more what you would need from a spinner. Bit of flight, bit of air, and enticing him. The flat stuff is not going to work.
No, I'm with you. I think he needs to be tossing it up. Needs to get him thinking whether he must come forward. What must he do? Now he does come forward well to that one again. He's aware of the fact that this is a dangerous period for him. He's got to play it through. Goes back, and that is maybe was short enough to do that. Just got to be very careful. There's no real movement out there though. No purchase off the surface for Dane Pitt. He plays that well again into the man at Selimudov. That's the end of the Pitt over. It's a maiden, and it's still 175 for 7 after 72 overs. It's Hendricks on 6 and Yaku on 61. And 2 overs left in the day's play. It has been a day that was shortened due to a wet outfield from yesterday's rain. We lost a whole day yesterday, and we will be making up some time tomorrow as well. A 9:30 start here tomorrow to make up time for that lost on the opening day. Maybe able to make up a few extra overs, but essentially this has turned into a 3-day game here between these two teams, both desperate to get a win to assist them in their position on the log. World Sports Betting Western Province at the moment, after 3 games, are sitting 7th on the log, but there are not that many points between the teams above them and themselves, and it is the Knights sitting 3rd on the log at the moment after 4 games, just 10 points higher than World Sports Betting Western Province, as it's going to be spin from the Kelvin Grove end. Aaron Pangiso is going to be bowling to Onkern Yaku. Just 2 overs left in the day. You're going to have spin from both ends, I'm sure, for the last 2 overs. We've got 2 slips. Got a man at shortish, very short extra cover. In fact, they're changing it around now. That man at short extra cover is coming into slip. That's Senekwani. You've got a man at a very Selimudov. Could we call it crazily Selimudov? He's very close there to the bat. He's and just defended down the pitch from Nyaku. I don't think we're going to see anything in anger from Nyaku here, unless he's given the width maybe down the leg side. Just going to be defensive, you'd feel, in this over. Oh, and that one nearly rolls back onto the stumps there as he just plays it with a dead bat. Goes down into the ground. There's no danger in the end. Just would not want to give it away now. Faster this time from Aaron Pangiso, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to vary up his speed in this over. He must be feeling very tired now, Onkern Yaku. You almost sense it, don't you, that he's that tiredness there. Yeah, wisely lets that one go outside the off stump.
It's been a worthwhile effort from him.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? It's just defends again into the offside. So just the one ball left in the over.
The difference maker.
Yeah.
In terms of Province ending up with very little on the board, having something.
Yeah, you sensed it could have been bowled out for under 100, most certainly when they were 33 for 5, and in fact that is going to be the end of the day's play. They've called play at time at 6:30, and that is the end of the day's play. It is Onke and Yaku who came in when Western Province were 22 for a loss of 4. It was dropped on 1 when the score was 23 for 4. He's gone on to make 61 not out. He has batted for 60 overs for that 61 not out. He's been in partnerships with Mpongwana, 76 for the 6th wicket, and 56 with Simmons for the 7th wicket. Western Province end the day on 175 for 7. It's been an outstanding bowling effort from the Knights today. Had the Western Province 33 for 5 at one stage, and only then the recovery from Nyaku and Mpongwana and Simmons that have got them through, and now Hendricks at the end have got them through to 175 for 7 at the end of the day's play. Really has been an absorbing day's play. Tim, thank you very much for being here with me. Much appreciated. Any final comments from you?
It's been an absorbing day's cricket. It looked like it could have been all curtains over for World Sport betting Western Province at 33 for 5, but a really enthralling day's play. And I think both teams can finish the day positively. They've both taken an awful lot from the day. And despite the rain we had yesterday, there's still a chance of a result. And that's what we want.
Yeah, indeed. It's certainly advantage to the Knights. They've played exceptionally well out there today. 73 overs that they've bowled. They've got 7 wickets, 3 bonus points for them. And World Sports Betting Western Province will come out to bat tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning. It'll be Bjorn Hendricks on 6, Onke and Yaku on 61. From us here at World Sports Betting Newlands, it's good night.